second. All right, welcome everybody. This is the Thursday, June 22nd, 2023 meeting of the Cabrillo Unified School District Governing Board meeting. Thank you all for being here. We will start with our roll call. Rosie?
Thank you, Sophia. Sophia?
Here.
Kimberly?
Here.
Carmen?
Here.
Lisette? Mary Beth? We have quorum. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, next is the Pledge of Allegiance. So please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, next item is item 2, approval of the agenda. I'd actually like to make a motion to approve the agenda with 2 changes. One is to pull the professional development plan from consent to the end of the agenda. And the other is to pull the Farallon View Construction GMP to the general business section as well. But because we have our architects, I guess, here? The general contractors here, that makes more sense. Sorry, my brain like froze for a second. Here, I would like to, normally we put things from consent when we pull them to the end, but because they're here, so they don't have to sit through like 4 hours of presentations on stuff that I'm sure you care about, but probably not as much as we do. I would propose we pull that and put it like as the first thing on the agenda and just have a quick conversation. I just have like a question to ask Jesus about that. So that is my motion to approve the agenda with amendments. Do we have a second?
There he can second the motion. Okay. Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. It passes 5-0.
Okay. So with that, we go to communications, item 3, 3A, public comments. So,
And we don't have any cards, and the other written comments are for item 5A.
Oh, okay, so no public comments
No.
for item 3A.
Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you, Rosie. Item 3B, employee organizations report. So 3B1 is CUTA representatives. CUTA representatives could not be here tonight, so they've provided in writing their statement for me to read. So I will do that. Good evening, governing board members and district administration. Thank you for reading this statement on behalf of the Cabrillo Unified Teachers Association, CUTA. CUTA believes that the governing board is made up of fine individuals who are well-meaning. This board is commissioned to provide community leadership as advocates for children and public schools. However, the teachers are concerned that the negative certification declared by the district sends a disturbing message to staff and families that the district is unable to establish an effective and efficient structure that would ensure accountability. The district should be appalled by this negative certification. It is unconscionable. It was preventable and should never have happened. The district budget is from public taxes we all pay each year. The fiduciary duty the district has to its community is of the highest order precisely because it is public money. The board is obligated to ensure accountability. That accountability has not happened. Instead, the board doesn't question what the superintendent tells them and publicly disregards all other information. That is not due diligence. The board oversees an almost $50 million budget and has allowed the district to mismanage its funds. The board and district administration give lip service rather than respect for teachers and counselors as educators or decision makers. In fact, we often hear teachers say, "Why does the district hate us?" CUTA leadership always answers our members. The district does not value its employees as the deliverers of Cabrillo's excellent education to students or as the builders of the fabric and continuity of this community, which is shown by the board and superintendent treating staff as expendable. The district has not been able to bargain with the teachers without going into impasse since Superintendent McFetridge started working here in 2019. This is not an example of or a substitute for public leadership. Why again is senior management unable to constructively negotiate with its bargaining units? After almost a year without resolution to contract issues, it is apparent to us that the district has been bargaining in bad faith. The district will not even agree to basic student safety issues. How can that be? Does the board not believe in common sense safety precautions for children and employees? It is appalling. Surrounding districts with similar revenues have managed their budgets and given COLA increases to teachers, all without falling into a qualified certification, much less a negative certification. Why are CUSD teachers paid way below surrounding districts when CUSD's ADA is $2,000 more per student? Teachers are running for the doors. How can the board shrug this reality off? Low salaries are scaring off potential teachers, new teachers, and veteran teachers. The board seems unconcerned. The board should be aware that only 10 districts have qualified certifications in the state of California. Only 3, including CUSD, have a negative certification. If this is a statewide revenue problem, as the superintendent claims, and it is no one's fault, why aren't more districts facing financial calamity? Furthermore, why at this meeting would the board even consider renewing the contracts of our 2 deputy superintendents? Items 5G and 5H for the renewals of the deputy superintendents should be pulled until there are answers and solutions for the district's reckless overspending. This is not about personalities. They are at the top of the district hierarchy, and they, along with Superintendent McFetridge, need to be held accountable until this financial disaster is corrected. Most of all, Superintendent McFetridge should be held to account for this financial fiasco. He has focused on a position of non-responsibility. Referring to the budget implosion as no one's fault is negligent and reckless. He is the superintendent, and under the law, he is responsible for promoting this budget. The budget is negligent in not asking critical questions, let alone curious questions, and is responsible for supporting this budget. He came into the job claiming financial hardship, and over the last few years has not followed the FCMAT recommendations for transparency and oversight of the budget and revenues. He still has not figured out how to run a financially sound school district. The superintendent's consistent public denigration of the district teachers is cowardly and undermining to the continuity of the community. Think about it. The board criticizes the teachers for poor student achievement. Our questions include, how is the board setting the students up for success? Does the board not believe the data-based science that consistent quality delivery of curriculum is utmost in student academic and social emotional achievement? How is the ongoing demoralization of teachers setting the teachers up to be successful with students? Is the board aware of how students internalize the negativity happening in the district? How can the superintendent even suggest the community hand over more dollars through new parcel tax when he could not manage the record number of dollars received by the district this year? CUTA realizes the statement is harsh, but we have not been able to get your attention. CUSD's educational program is falling apart, and this budget disaster is evidence. The record revenues the district received this year should have been transformational for students. Instead, they have been squandered, and no one knows where they have gone. Please practice due diligence as board members, ask hard questions, accept uncomfortable truths, ask for real numbers, don't expect spending items that are labeled included in the budget because the budget is being exceeded by millions of dollars. As a board, please establish an effective and efficient structure and ensure accountability. Thank you for your time. Okay, and next is item 3B2, CSEA representative.
There's no one from
No one here?
CSEA. Thank you.
All right, next is 3C, board members report. Volunteer, who would like to go first? Or I could just randomly choose.
I'll be quick.
Okay.
I was just going to say that it's summer, and usually, this meeting's purpose is just for a few housekeeping things we need to do, but this agenda is jam-packed. There's a lot in it, and there's a lot of information in it, and that equity audit, wow, there's a ton of stuff in there. So I think that's going to be really important going forward. We all have a lot of work to do, everyone here, and I know everyone's working hard, but we've got a lot more to do because we've got a lot of kids that are struggling and not being served as they could be. So we all need to start looking into that and figuring out how to get these things fixed. But with that, I just want to thank everyone for their hard work, and that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. So go next. What's that?
I'm going to start in Spanish first. Como siempre, les quiero dar las gracias si están viendo esto y como siempre también les quiero dar la invitación para que vengan y participen y sean parte de este proceso. Tuvimos mucha información que vamos a cubrir al rato sobre las encuestas que se fueron dadas y siempre Es un gusto ver a las familias aquí, a las familias que participen, que sean vistas y más que nada sean escuchadas. Siempre estamos aquí presentes para apoyarlos. Si el idioma es un problema, está aquí Josefina, siempre dispuesta para traducir. Tenemos a Rosy también aquí, que siempre está dispuesta para cualquier pregunta o si tienen algún comentario que quieren hacernos llegar. Ella siempre está disponible para ayudarles en eso. Y que disfruten su verano y gracias por escuchar y gracias por participar. Recuerden, si no participamos, si no somos activos, no podemos ser parte del cambio. Good evening, everybody. I just wanted to just let all the families who normally don't attend these meetings just welcome them once again. I'm always happy to see families who predominantly are the ones that need the most support and unfortunately for one reason or another do not participate and aren't. And it's always it's a joy to see them and hear them. And we always have Josefina here who's always willing and just waiting to help and support anyone if language is an issue. We also have Rosie at the district office who's always there. If anyone would like to make a comment, anyone would like to have a suggestion or a comment be brought to us, she's there to support us. And I hope everybody's enjoying their summer. And thank you for being here.
Thank you for everyone who is in the room and those that are watching online. It is a jam-packed agenda tonight, as Mary Beth noted, and I just want to remind the public that when we hear report outs, the board doesn't engage and have a two-way conversation. So when you hear a large report out, if you have questions, feel free to contact any of the board members, and we're happy to talk through the points, and not a tit-for-tat conversation, but what we've learned over time is that when you look at a complex issue, there are a number of things that do need to be teased out and put into context. And so I think if you have questions about context, my door is always open, and I really appreciated having some people call me in the last month, and we've got some walking dates scheduled for next week. So just remember that our doors and emails and phones are always open. Thank you.
Carmen?
Hello, thank you for coming, everybody who's here, and also want to echo what the other board members are saying. Oh, excuse me. About I can't talk, apparently. So thank you for all of our hard workers, people working hard in the summer school. Both my sons are in CUSD summer school right now, and it's been very exciting. They've got to do a lot of fun stuff. So whoever's organizing that, thank you very much. Two happy Daniel boys are there, and also just, wow, happy June. June solstice to everyone. And anyway, yeah, loaded agenda. Looking forward to getting started. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So yeah, we just met like a couple weeks ago, so I don't have a lot new updates, other than just to say I'm continuing to read the book that I mentioned last time, and it's truly fascinating, High Conflict. There's like a little excerpt that I just wanted to share because to me it just kind of was like the crux of it. High conflict is not always violent, but it is extremely flammable. It can easily tip into violence, which leads the opposition to respond with more violence in a never-escalating spiral of harm. Very quickly, the most helpful people flee the scene and the extremists take over. Any modern movement that cultivates us versus them thinking tends to destroy itself from the inside with or without violence. High conflict is intolerant of difference. A culture that sorts the world into good and evil by definition is small and confining. It prevents people from working together in large numbers to grapple with hard problems. And of course, this book is about everything from gang violence to geopolitical violence, and it's a really, really insightful kind of deep dive into how people come into conflict in the interpersonal level or at the societal level. So I find it really fascinating. So it's a good, it's not easy beach summer reading, but it's good when you have some time to throw it in the audiobook, et cetera. It also gives me hope that as a community, I always think of our coast-side as like the right size community. We're not too small, we're not too big, we're kind of Goldilocks is just right. And we do have the power within our community, with all the different perspectives that we have, to be mindful and cautious of how those differences could go sideways, but to also really be able to harness those differences and and harness that diversity and that richness of perspectives towards good kind of for everybody. So it gives me hope as well that we can do that. So yeah, that's it for me, because I've just been studying for this meeting and reading and other stuff too. So that is the end of our board member comments, and brings us to 3D Superintendent Report. Dr. McFetrich.
I just want to remind people that this is the last regularly scheduled June board meeting. We have 2 in June. Tomorrow will be a special board meeting retreat to review what the steering committee from the strategic plan has been commenting on. It's sort of a back and forth between the strategic plan steering committee with our advisor on this from Inside Education, Aurora Laura, who's with us tonight to talk about the equity audit, which is coming to a close and has some very important findings. I'm going to just go through some things right here from the consent agenda. There are some field trip approvals, the approval of the consolidated application, some texts that were requested from Half Moon Bay High School, disposal of old textbooks, the site and district professional development plan, I hear, will come back at the end of the meeting for some questions from the board for Dr. Bhatia. There's the approval of the certificated personnel and the classified personnel report, this custodial cleaning services proposal so that we can get extra help to get cleaning done this summer and still allow people to take vacations so that we don't have this accrued vacation liability. Approval of our Chromebooks. Last time we had a presentation on the new plan for how Chromebooks will be allocated and used at school sites. The approval of the guaranteed maximum price 1 for Farallon View modernization. That will come at the beginning of the meeting so that we can have a question for Dr. Contreras and our friends from CORE West Incorporated. And there is a proposal for construction program consulting. Now that we're starting, and I'm very excited to start the modernization at Farallon View in El Granada, we are working with Roger from Vanier, who comes with us with a construction management consultation expertise. The Williams report, quarterly report, no Williams complaints this time. And then the minutes. Again, in the general business, we do have at the top or near the top the recommendations for elementary school boundary changes to balance district enrollment. And this came in April as a first sort of demographer's report with like some recommendations of options, which we then narrowed down. And then Bianca Forrester and the team went out to various school sites and housing units, housing areas, and spoke to people who could be impacted by that. We have the update on the equity audit and strategic plan, which Dr. Bhatia and Aurora Laura have been leading, and I think that is important. As we enter that process and start looking at the equity audit, I think it's important to know that this board adopted an equity policy in 2019, adopted an equity statement, I believe, I want to say in 2021, went through a process with the California School Boards Association, 2 board members, Sophia Lane and Lizette Cortez and myself, so that we could come up with an equity statement. And this is sort of the next thing to make this more real. The board wanted to make sure, okay, if we have an equity policy and equity statement, now we need an equity audit. And those recommendations will inform the strategic plan because the board feels that importantly about academic improvement, which means we have to expend resources on those who need them the most, who are maybe not achieving to their potential, are at-promise students. There is an LCAP presentation. We had one before. This is a continuation of that. There's an adoption of the CUSD budget. which, as people who've been reading the newspaper or following along, know that we have a negative certification through a host of different factors, whether that be expenses exceeding revenues, which we presented on numerous times, COVID funding drying up, the budget at the state level changing, promises made for categorical funds now being potentially taken away for us to cover more revenues. It's a complicated matter. That said, that will be one presentation. And then some items to clean up, including approval of contracts for our Dr. Contreras and Dr. Bhatia, which came to us 2 years ago and have to come every 2 years so that we keep these very important positions in place. I do want to wish everybody a pleasant July. We'll be back at it before you know it in August. There are a lot of thorny problems that we need to address as a team, as a community, as a district, and I look forward to whatever that may hold going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, and we will then go to item 4, consent agenda. Do you have a motion to approve as amended?
So moved.
Thank you, Lisette. Thank you, Mary Beth. We need roll call to approve the consent agenda. Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly? Aye. Carmen?
Aye.
Lisette? Aye. Mary Beth? Aye. It passes 5-0.
Great, thank you. Okay, so under our modified general business, we'll have the new 5A, which is, I'm looking for the exact name.
We call it A1.
We could do that.
Then we stay on track with the rest.
I regularly use the same label. So
Okay,
it's
so-
4K.
Okay. Okay, so item 4K. Okay, item 4K that we'll discuss now is business, which is approval of guaranteed maximum price 1, GMP 1 for the Farallon View modernization.
Good evening, members of the board, and we bring to you this item, which November of last year, we had the 2 projects in front of the board, and you had seen some amounts of dollars that we were allocating, that the board allocated for those projects. The project that you have in front of you is the guaranteed maximum price 1 that is going to be kicking the work at Fairlawn View. And one very important place on it is very detailed, but the one that I would like to call your attention to is the very last page and the very last 2 lines. Back when we brought in November that this project, it was $22 to $23 million with now at this moment, with the hard work of working with our architects and working with our now general contractor, Core West Inc., now we are looking at the detailed of the potential low and potential high. That is taking into consideration a number of things that might vary, but one of the elements of a lease-back contract is that we get to work with the contractors to get this lowest guaranteed price. And as you see right now, for what we know now, and for this first guaranteed maximum price 1 that will get all started, it's we're looking at a potential low of 9.9 million with a potential high of 22.8 million, which is within what we had brought to the board as allocation for that project. And our colleagues in here, superintendent, we will be seeing superintendent of construction, who is here, and the directors of Core. They're here for any questions that you might have regarding this item.
Great, thank you. So do we have a motion to approve? And then we'll go to questions.
So moved.
Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you, Carmen.
So since I pulled it, I'll just say thank you, because that was the information I wanted, was to just make sure that we were still within the bounds of what we had estimated as a high and low in November. So thank you for confirming that. Thank you for bringing folks here. I don't have any further detailed questions. It's very detailed, so I appreciate that that's there and part of the public record at this point. And so now that we have the contract in place, we have the GMP, what's, I guess my next question is, what's the next step? Like, once we approve tonight, what happens?
We will continue to work into the GMP2. The GMP2 will be a balance of what you have right now. And we continue to work on that. They are continuing to work on that. And that's why I had asked that potentially I might want to have a July special session for that GMP2, which will be similar to this, but it would be with more detailed information. And that would be what we anticipated will be the cost, similar to this.
It'd be the same scope of work, or it'd be for the second phase?
It would be the same scope of work, but it would be
More detailed.
more detailed of the price.
Thanks for having us, by the way.
Yeah.
We're so excited for you to entrust in CORE on your awesome project. So thank you again. But to clarify, this first GMP is for a limited amount of scope that we've completely bid out to trade contractors in and around this area, and also around South Bay. And we extended actually our reach to a lot of different regions to get the most competitive pricing possible for the district. So this first GMP and this first phase is really to get us started on site, to safe off the site and maximize, the summer when the students and the staff aren't there, to really get everything in place and safed off. And then we also have the demolition and abatement scope of work, so we can start inside of Building A and start demoing the project and get going. The second GMP that Jesus talked about is the balance of the remaining scope. So it's all the way to the finishes, the flooring. So that's where you see kind of a range. We're in the middle of putting together that GMP right now, and we're looking really good within this range.
Okay.
So we're really confident we're going to come in under that high.
Okay.
So yeah, that is being compiled. We were trying to shoot for the end of July, like the third or fourth week of July, to have that finalized by the board, so we can get out contracts and get more long lead procurement items going. But if it has to wait to August, that would be okay. That's still within our schedule. So I just want to give that flexibility. I know it's the summertime, and I know that you don't have a board meeting. We were going to see if we could get one, but if you can't, then that's okay. So anyway,
We don't want to
thanks.
slow you down,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
if you need it.
All we need is a
We'll
quorum.
figure it out, yeah.
could always
We
work
will
with-
know, we will definitely know by early next week. We have our regular scheduled communication meeting, and we'll know and give Jesus an answer then, so.
That sounds great. And so then you'll have that GMP2 wrapped up so that you can kind of put everything in place with your subcontractors, and then groundbreaking probably September?
Groundbreaking can happen,
Once you have GMP1?
really, I'd say it's always nice to have it after school's back in,
Yeah.
obviously. We'll
Yeah.
have the kids and the student, the faculty, and the community. We could plan that now in advance. September's nice to do it before, we get too further in the fall, So, and yeah, we'll definitely help with that event and make it special.
Okay, great. Yeah,
Yeah.
why don't you guys, I'm sure will coordinate.
Okay.
I think this question is more for Jesus, but, and I know Fairlawn View project, we're a little ahead of El Granada. I had heard potential for a request for a coastal review from the Coastal Commission. Does that apply to both campuses? And if so, could it affect Fairlawn View?
We have secured, the one for Fairlawn View, we have already secured. That did not require the coastal permission.
Okay,
The one at El Granada, we were thinking that we were going to be getting an exemption, but we are in the middle of working to see how that is going to look like. And Doug Machado here, we're consulting with him and many other members of the community make it through. And so it depends if we have to go fully to, we're prepared for it, for a full permit, to full coastal permit.
And when would that review take place?
That, we have submitted all the documents, then the agencies will let us know what it's going to be that happening, whether it's going to be a full or it's going to be an exemption. That is still pending. So that those two permits are going to be perhaps delaying our operation in there. So for El Granada, we also have selected a contractor different than the West Construction Company, but we don't know is the right answer. We don't know how long it's going to be delayed.
Okay, understood. And if we can just kind of put it on your radar to give us updates as we're going along, so we all have the same information.
We'll certainly do that.
Thank you.
We'll certainly do that, yes.
That's great. Are there any further questions or comments? Okay, so with that, we'll go to vote.
Okay, thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. Passes 5-0.
All right, thank you.
I want to thank our partners from CORE for being here, and I want to encourage you to please enjoy bucolic Half Moon Bay and don't feel like you have to stay for the rest of this meeting at all.
Thank you. Yeah, and I have to say, it's really nice to see you guys in person too, because you're doing great work for our students and staff, so.
This is Bill the Builder.
You undoubtedly will see us visiting and saying hi.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Okay, item 5A then, recommendations for elementary school boundary changes to balance district enrollment.
And we're going to bring up Director of Pupil Personnel Services, Bianca Forrester, to make this presentation.
Just jump in? Okay. Good evening, everyone, and thank you to the board members here and to our superintendent and to Dr. Leticia Batia, our assistant superintendent, deputy superintendent, to Dr. Jesus Contreras, deputy superintendent of business services, I believe, and members of the community and staff who are here. As you know, you saw a presentation from the district demographer, Tom Williams. So next slide, please. Oh, wait, do I do it? My bad. Sorry. Oh, wait, this isn't on. There we go. Okay, so where are we in this process? So if you'll recall, back in April 13th of 2023, our CUSD demographer, Tom Williams, presented on elementary enrollment forecasts. Included in this presentation were overall enrollment counts and forecasts for the future at each elementary site. His presentation presented some attendance boundary considerations for the purpose of reducing the severity of the enrollment differences between Farallon View, Hatch, and El Granada elementary schools. Following Tom's presentation, the board directed staff to engage the community and present options for alleviating the disparity in elementary school enrollments across the district. So here's where we are, community engagement there. And as you'll see later in my presentation, we engaged the community, and I'm hopeful that the board this evening will elect to approve the recommendation of this presentation. Thank you. So how did we get here? In 2019 and 2020, you all were here for this. I was not. CUSD changed Hatch Elementary School enrollment boundaries so that our Moonridge students could attend their local neighborhood school. Previous to that, they were having to drive 11 miles beyond the school, and it was really a hardship for those families in that community. So due to COVID-19 and the need to focus our resources on the response to the pandemic, the governing board direction to propose TK through 5th grade boundary changes was put on hold. So basically, this was a process, it was in works, and then it all came to a stop during the pandemic. We also saw further enrollment declines in recent years, similar to most districts in California. Staff worked with their demographer to analyze and propose boundary changes to help rebalance enrollment in the district. And staff presented alternatives and sought direction from the board, as I mentioned, and the board directed staff to seek community input on proposed changes, again, mentioned that, in order to help realize that goal of rebalancing and right-sizing our elementary school enrollments. So why do these boundaries need to be adjusted? I'd like to remind everyone here this evening that in 2004, Cabrillo Unified did realign the boundaries, which included moving our Moon Ridge students to Farallon View. That was a very long commute for those families, and shifting Pillar Ridge families from Farallon View to El Granada. So what you're seeing here tonight in my presentation is really, if we think about the history going back to 2004, and we did hear quite a bit about this at Pillar Ridge, it's just if you look at it from that arc historically, it's just a return. And I want to call it a wrinkle in time back to what was the situation pre-2004. So at Hatch, in comparison to our other Cabrillo elementary schools, it's now currently over-enrolled. They've had the addition of approximately 50 students who were once from Moon Ridge, and those students were then able to return to their local school. Some of the issues that are creating difficulty at Hatch are issues with parking, increased traffic, and there's other issues that are affecting the facility and our auxiliary programs, such as with the addition of TK and then our wraparound programs in the afternoon and the evenings, we're having difficulty with rearranging the facilities to really support in a robust way that community. I hear frequently from our teachers about how Hatch is bursting at the seams. So we're hoping to slightly decrease that student enrollment there. El Granada currently has a significantly higher enrollment than its local school counterpart to the north. Adjusting boundaries, we hope, could help us to operate schools with more efficiency and parity of services. It'll help us to realize our goal of balancing the number of students enrolled across the elementary schools, as well as decreasing enrollment at Hatch. Finally, at Farallon View, we're currently under-enrolled. It's a result of that 2020 decision to return Moon Ridge students to their neighborhood school. And the school community there really could benefit from adding more students over time and restoring it to a more diverse student body. Ultimately, there would be increased enrollment at Farallon View Elementary over time. So we have seen these declining enrollments, which I'll speak to, across all the schools in the state of California, and that's certainly something that's also impacting our schools in our district here. And Farallon View, for example, has fewer students who have signed up to be there this year than the year previous, and we've seen that steady decline, and we want to figure out a way to bolster that. So our goal is across the county and state. Like I just mentioned, we're losing student enrollment, and we really need to balance our enrollment so that we can preserve this deeply held sense of community found at each of our elementary schools. I will say, as somebody who's newer to the community, it's been really lovely to meet folks and see how strongly people feel about their schools and their community here. It's wonderful. So we want to preserve that. We also need to be able to staff efficiently at all of our schools in order for our financial stability and sustainability and for optimal operations at each of our sites. So although Cabrillo deemed it appropriate to change elementary school boundaries in 2020 so that Moon Ridge students could enroll at their neighborhood elementary school at Hatch, the decision's impact subsequently threw elementary school enrollments across the district out of balance and negatively impacted Farallon View as a result. So the goal is to balance elementary school enrollments so that all the affected schools are able to run efficiently with a parity of programs while also providing campuses with diverse students that represent the coast side as a whole. And there are benefits from finishing this task of revisiting elementary school boundaries. Sorry, just gotta catch up with myself. So what does balanced enrollment look like? So the wide variance of enrollment at the elementary schools provides challenges in terms of staffing and the distribution of our equitable resources. So right now, we're hoping, and obviously this is aspirational, and some of these numbers are a little, it's going to take some time, as demographer Tom Williams mentioned. It's going to be a gradual shift. It'll happen over the next 5 years or so. And so we're aspiring to have about 500 students at Hatch. Currently, there's 543, and I do know that when Tom presented, he originally had 533 in his deck, but when we looked at enrollment at the district office with Jackie and myself, and I talked to Alyssa Jaramillo, there had been more students there, so that wasn't completely accurate at that time. Because he had put together the presentation, and then, there's always shifts. And then the El Granada goal we have is 270 students, and our current enrollment there is 322. And now, again, Tom spoke to this in his presentation, and he said that we were going to hope to aspire to 230 to 240 students at Fairlawn View. And I'm going to go for that aspirational 240 students because we want to see a big reverse in declining enrollment in kids in the state of California, and we want to make it easier, hopefully. All the other political things that impact families' decisions about how many kids to have will shift. But our current enrollment there is at 164 for this previous school year. The other thing is that Hatch has, it's really losing its flexibility. I mentioned this at the outset, allocating classroom space, TK, aftercare programs, wraparound. It's tricky. It's hard. So let's move on to the next one. So what are the benefits of balancing this? Using our current elementary school enrollment boundaries, we're forecast to experience increasingly unbalanced numbers of students enrolled at each of the affected schools. So approximately 170 at Fairlawn View, 270 at El Granada, and 580 at Hatch Elementary School. So this imbalance is problematic. Because this impacts Hatch and Fairlawn View in particular very negatively, with concerns of over-enrollment at one site and under-enrollment at the other. So we really need to balance these numbers and complete the unfinished boundary revisions so that it can help us to run our schools more efficiently, increase our parity of services, and right-size our campus enrollments to schools' physical capacities. And this goes along with the modernization plans that we heard about earlier. Slide 8, I want to take a minute here and just take a beat and pause, because I know that there were a lot of concerns raised here around community engagement and Title I funding. I've heard quite a bit from folks about those two issues. So I just want to quickly explain that a school's Title I funding is based on percentages of students who qualify for free and reduced meals at that campus. And so those kinds of numbers can shift year to year. I have seen in my career schools that have lost Title I status because unfortunately it's all based on families filling out the free and reduced lunch forms. And these are federal forms that are coming from the, Washington, D.C., from the federal government. They dictate it to us. And, many families who rightly should qualify for this don't, because they're asking for so much personal information. It's really, really tricky. And so if a school will qualify or not qualify is a moving gambit, unfortunately. Just all this personal information, and it's not just information about your finances, but it's a lot of deep information about your families. And who's living in your household. And folks don't always feel comfortable sharing that on a government form for a variety of reasons. So I just also wanted to let folks know, and I appreciate Dr. Bhatia for her check-in with me about this earlier today to make sure I have my percentages right, our C&I guru over here. You have to have 35% of your students qualify for school meals And not just 35% have to qualify, but you also have to be greater than the district average overall per school site that's going to receive that. So our average is presently 39% in the district. And just to kind of illustrate this, I do want to mention that our high school did lose its Title I status because of that reluctance on the part of our families to fill out those forms. And it's really hard and really tricky, and that is rough. So then the other kind of, I know there were a lot of questions in the community around Pillar Ridge engagement, and I really want to address that head on. So Pillar Ridge, as you know, is a privately maintained mobile home community. And as such, they have their own sets of rules and their own sets of regulations and an insurance policy. And we engaged with them. The folks who manage Pillar Ridge are Fabiola Valencia Barcera, who works with me in the district office. They've known her since she was a little girl. They get along really well. She's done a fabulous job of interfacing with those folks to set up time for us to meet. They were very comfortable explaining to her that of course you can come. You can come here. We're going to be doing these events on these days. And you're welcome to join us. However, you can't advertise that on your flyers, because if you do that, it's going to impact our ability to get our insurance. Like, we can't have community events. And I'm really excited to let everybody know that on August 4th, we'll be doing a TK, and also while we were at Pillar Ridge, we did a lot of TK outreach as well. But we're going to be there on August 4th because they have a big community event where they give out school supplies and backpacks and all kinds of stuff. So Leticia and I are really excited. Our teams are going to be there. She and I will be there. We will be meeting with folks, supporting folks, and then letting people know about our TK enrollment. And I did also want to let people know that when I was at Pillar Ridge, Fabiola and I, everybody who had little kids, everybody who has kids, we let them know. TK is a thing in our district. It provides incredible wraparound services. We want you to enroll. We have a place for you here. So that was great. So we did go to Pillar Ridge. We went twice. I had only been planning to go once, but after meeting with the community at El Granada, we went back again. I asked the superintendent, hey, I got some feedback. I feel like I would like to go out and do some more community engagement. And our superintendent, Dr. McFetridge, was like, yeah, absolutely, more engagement the better. So that's what happened there. So here we go. Let's see. I think that's it for that slide. So what are these recommendations? So in 2024, all of our incoming TK and K students or other newly enrolled students would be assigned to schools based on these newly proposed boundaries this evening. New students at Pillar Ridge would attend Farallon View, and again, reminding everybody that this goes back to 2004, where they were taken from Farallon View, and then they were moved to El Granada. One thing that I want to really make clear to the board and to the public tonight is that wound from that 2004 is still really very deep for our Pillar Ridge community. The folks who I heard from in Pillar Ridge said, because at Pillar Ridge what they said is, if you have a fifth grader who's currently at Farallon View, he or she is now going to El Granada, a fourth grader, then now they're going to El Granada. So they had to leave their friends, leave their community, leave everything, and then they had to go. So that was really rough on that community, and I want to be clear that that's not at all what we're proposing. I want to make this distinction because we're only proposing newly enrolled students and incoming TK and kindergarten students. So newly enrolling students who are living on Highway 92 and newly enrolling students living at Highland Park would be enrolled at El Granada. So again, I know some questions have arisen about specific numbers, and I wanted to let everybody know that based on Tom's report, we anticipate somewhere around 50 students here between Highway 92 and Highland Park. And this is, again, over a period of 5 to 6 years in the event that things bear out and the way the trends are continuing. So I just really want to make that clear, and it doesn't start until 2024. And then finally, Moonridge and Main Street students would continue on at Hatch Elementary. So what is the rationale for this change? This plan would restore Fairlawn View Elementary School both by providing the school with a diverse student body and by helping the school remain viable in its enrollment. It'll also help address over-enrollment issues that are currently existing at Hatch Elementary School. And we hope that it'll help to balance the enrollment across all three of our schools. It's the only viable option to help us reach the goal of increasing enrollment at Fairlawn View Elementary while also decreasing enrollment at Hatch. So why are the boundary changes needed? Because as I mentioned before, right sizing of school enrollments through adopting these recommended boundary changes can help the district and its schools operate more effectively, efficiently, and fairly. And, you know, there's staffing considerations, and I know that I've done a lot of work around staffing and figuring this out, and that's one of the considerations here. Cabrillo Unified School District, as you will know, is committed to doing what it can to ensure that all of our elementary school students are provided with the highest quality education possible, regardless of which school they attend, and balancing our school enrollments according to their sizes and capacities, we hope will help us to achieve that goal now and going forward. So I want to reiterate that this proposal is for August of 2024, not this year, as some may have thought, and only, again, for newly enrolled students. I can't say that enough, because I've heard there was a lot of confusion, and I just really want to clarify that. Finally, we need to realign our boundaries. Oh, sorry, I'm going to come back to that. So inter-district transfers and immersion. So families of new incoming Cabrillo students, they could also continue to be able to request an inter-district transfer. So there's not any change here. So they could potentially enroll in an alternative elementary schools of their choice, i.e. Pillar Ridge families could request El Granada, Highland Park families could request Hatch, and all incoming students would also continue to be eligible for the very popular Spanish dual language immersion program at Hatch through their annual lottery process, and if that space exists there. And then our currently enrolled students, which I mentioned earlier because I really want to make this distinction clear, are those students who are currently enrolled in our schools, including students who are now enrolled to start school this coming year for 2023, will not be required to change their schools. The elementary school boundary changes that are now proposed will only apply to future newly enrolled Cabrillo students beginning in the 24-25 school year and ongoing after that school year. Does that make sense? Okay, cool. So what is currently being proposed for El Granada? The boundary change proposal now for El Granada and Fairlawn View basically returns those families from Pillar Ridge neighborhood back to Fairlawn View, where they had once been assigned historically before Moonridge students were later assigned to Fairlawn View years ago. So let's see. The boundary change proposed now for El Granada and Hatch assigns both the Highland Park neighborhood and the Hilltop Mobile Park off of 92 housing to El Granada. Main Street and Moonridge students will be able to remain at Hatch Elementary. And so our recommendation to you all, the governing board, is that we recommend that you adopt the elementary school boundary revisions that are being proposed by myself and our demographer, Tom, and staff and the superintendent back in April, and selected as the most viable options by the governing board at that time. Should these new elementary school boundary revisions now be adopted by you all, by our board, the enrollment boundaries would take effect beginning in August of 2024, and all newly enrolled students would be assigned based on these finalized elementary school boundary changes. So I just want to point out, we really need to realign our boundaries so that we can ensure a realistic equity of students enrollment between each school. Right now, we don't have equity of student enrollment in each school. Hatch is over-enrolled, Fairlawn View is under-enrolled. 2, we want to maximize the implementation and refinement of quality programs within each school. in order to do that, if we're staffed efficiently, if the schools aren't bursting at the seams, if there's space for the ideas and programs that Dr. Batia and her coordinator, Israel Castillo, are bringing to the fore, then we really need to make sure, that refinement of quality programs is that's somewhat governed by the space and the space limitations and the facilities limitations, and that's just a reality. And then finally, we want to ensure that there's some ethnic balance within the district and across the district. And so this is important to make sure that we have, so I'll leave it right there, but those are the reasons, the rationale, and the presentation. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
Okay, thank you so much, Bianca. A point of order question for Rosie. Should I read these first, or okay. All right, so thank you, Bianca. I'm going to read the comments, and then we'll do the motions for approval, and then, motions for approval, and then I'll read the comments, and then we'll have questions and answers. So do we have a motion for approval?
So moved.
You have a second?
Second.
Great. Okay, so I'll read the comments, and then we're going to do our own questions and answers and discussion. Okay, so first from Angela Eckberg, FOF PTO, Friends of Farallon View, PTO co-president 2324. I wanted to thank the board for following through on their plan from 2019-2020 to balancing the enrollment at the elementary school sites. Farallon View is a wonderful school, and we look forward to expanding our community. Our students and their families will benefit so much from this boundary change. Next, Christy Gillis, Farallon View parent and PTO board member. I am very excited about the prospect of more families joining the Farallon View community. I hope as Farallon enrollment increases, CUSD resourcing for our school will also increase to match levels seen at other sites. We recently learned that despite enrollment numbers, Farallon will not have a TK class next year as expected. Farallon no longer has a reading intervention specialist, even though there are existing students who need this help. I also understand CUSD will not hire to replace a classroom teacher who retired this year and intends to combine students into multiple split grade classes as a result. Students deserve to receive instruction at their current grade and age level. My child's grade will most likely be split such that a handful of students will be placed into a higher grade level class with longer school days and a different bell schedule. What happens to students during and following a split grade experience isn't clear. How will CUSD ensure students receive instruction for their grade, not being unnecessarily delayed by younger students or disadvantaged by being held to expectations for a grade above their current level? Parents and guardians need the opportunity to understand the potential impacts of school resourcing decisions on their children's educations. Families who are newly matriculating at Farallon View almost certainly have the expectation their student will continue to access the same resources they do now at other sites. Farallon View is a wonderful school, and my child has had a great experience so far. I hope that will continue with additional support from CUSD such that he and his classmates have access to the resources available at other CUSD elementary schools. Next, Sarah Neal, parent and PTO board member at Farallon View. I am writing in support of the elementary boundary changes discussed tonight. These changes make sense with the goal of balancing enrollment across the three larger CUSD elementary schools. The good news is that Farallon View's enrollment is growing. We have 30 or more kids registered for kindergarten for 23-24, 6 more than last year, but only 1 kinder teacher. I fear many children will leave Farallon View this coming school year if oddly weighted split classes are created for most grades, for example, 5 kinders with 20 first graders, 5 first graders with 20 second graders, and so on. This is what we are faced with if staffing decisions are all driven by a dollar sign. With the goal of balancing enrollments in mind, I ask that the district reconsider giving the Farallon View community a TK class for the 23-24 school year. You have the ability to add 9 plus children to our enrollment this coming school year. Instead, those families, many new to the district, will be forced to enroll their child at another school for TK. How many of these families will choose the intra-district transfer option and keep their child at the amazing school where their child started their elementary journey? Not every decision that is in the best interest of the children will be the cheapest option. As was shared in the presentations on boundary changes, CUSD is committed to doing what it can to ensure that all elementary school students are provided with the highest quality education possible, regardless of which school they attend. The goal of growing Farallon's enrollment can be achieved this school year with a TK kinder split class, and all of our students can be provided with a quality education. It just might not be the cheapest option. Next, Danielle McGee, parent to Farallon View students. A goal of the district is to increase enrollment at Fairlawn View, and while one way is through boundary changes, the district is hindering our ability to grow by not allowing us to offer TK and not providing the appropriate number of teachers to support our current number of students. We received TK enrollments for the upcoming year, and the district denied Fairlawn View a TK class to support them. Those families will have no choice but to send them elsewhere, like driving them away for the rest of their elementary education. In addition, for the upcoming school year, we have 29 kindergarten students enrolled, though the district is not hiring another teacher to support that number. We currently only have one teacher for every grade level, which is not enough. This means that a handful of kindergartners starting school for the first time will be put into split K-1 class. Then this snowballs into split classes at every grade level. How do we have a goal to increase enrollment, though don't hire to support enough staff for the numbers we have today? There are clear negatives of split classes in elementary when it impacts only a handful of students in each grade, and this will only drive families away. We have a great enrollment number for incoming kinder compared to years past, and while we were excited as a school community, we are now all going to experience the downside because we don't have the appropriate staffing. I would like to ask the board to please consider allowing Fairlawn View to offer TK to families zoned for or wish to join our amazing school, and 2, hiring another teacher or teachers to support our growing community. Both would support the district's goal of growing Fairlawn View numbers as opposed to hinder them. Next, Claire Lacey, citizen, Fairlawn View PTO. In reference to Fairlawn View Elementary, there has been an obsession over numbers and enrollment, and yet resources such as reading intervention and transitional kindergarten, which would help with that, are not being supported at this time. Many incoming families express a lack of communication about the options at registration, so the numbers used to justify relocating the class to EG are erroneous. We likely have the numbers. Please realize that we need to start children at the school that we want them to attend, because a child going to TK elsewhere will only increase the chances of them staying there. We could offer a TKK split to alleviate the staffing concerns and eliminate the possibility of splitting the upper grades, which is an absolute disadvantage for the older kids and one that can be avoided. Not only do we need to add resources to attract enrollment, but we need to be sure to care for the children who are already enrolled. Parents will drive far and wide for language programs and immersion, so why not offer that at Fairlawn View to up the numbers? There needs to be equity across the whole district, not just the bigger schools, and foresight to add programs so there's incentives for families to spread out. That being said, I also support the optimization of the school boundaries to include more neighborhoods into Fairlawn View, but this should also mean that we will receive the resources to support them. Please consider the long-term repercussions of these decisions in the community as a whole and plan ahead by adding programs that will benefit all families. Let's focus more on enriching the classroom dynamics, not just the bottom line. Thank you. And I see another comment from from Angela Eckberg, separate comment, but because they were both short, I'm going to read it because they're both very short. I read the first one. Thank you for changing the boundaries to encompass more families for Fairlawn View. Fairlawn View is a wonderful school, and it might be the same, but I'm just going to read it anyway. Yeah, and having more students will be so beneficial for all families and kids. I hope the district continues to increase enrollment at this site by bringing TK back to the school. Also, an easy way to retain families can be done by hiring another teacher so we don't have to have split classes that are full to the brim. Please continue supporting our students and the regrowth of our school. And last but not least, Jen McCormick, Fairlawn View parent. I am in favor of boundary changes. I would like you to consider increasing enrollment and supporting our students' learning environment by offering a TKK split for the 23-24 school year and increasing resourcing for reading support at Fairlawn View. Finally, I am not in favor of combo split classes at any level, as I believe that will not be in the best interest of our students, with the younger grade of the split essentially doing the same curriculum twice. Okay, so I guess that opens it up to questions and comments from the board, and anything that you guys want to add at this time.
I just want to say that staff won't be commenting really about these public comments, but I will say that there are difficult decisions, and I have said to people who have asked about this, that be careful what you wish for. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And I say that all to say that I understand that the principal and the leadership team there decided to split some combo classes. That isn't a district decision. So I don't want to muddy the waters here. This is about elementary boundaries. That's what it's agendized for. I would encourage all the public commenters to reach out to me, and I will tell them what I understand about why the decisions are being made. And we do always have to weigh and balance the needs of the whole and the needs of the few. And I would suggest that there are probably proponents on either side, on many sides, who would suggest that this negatively impacts them from their standpoint. And it is a different balancing act. But again, staff will recommend approval of these boundary change proposals now that we've done the engagement as you were directed us to do. And that remains all I need to say right here.
Great, and thank you, Dr. McFetridge, for clarifying that, because that was my kind of concern here, is these are always welcome comments, but not direct, part of it's not directly applicable, so I just wanted to share that as a recommendation of the board, that we don't get into the details of the part of the comments that are not part of this agenda topic, because
I'm chomping at the bit.
that's a Brown Act.
I'm chomping at the bit to correct the record, but I will refrain from doing so.
So that would be my recommendation as well for folks that are interested in the topics that were raised that are not directly related to items in the agenda, because we can't address items that are not on the agenda if they're not previously announced as such. Please reach out to Dr. McFetridge, and he'll be more than happy, I'm sure, to provide all the information that he has, as well as referrals to anyone else that could be useful in providing further information. So. All right, with that said, questions, comments? Mary Beth?
Bianca, I'm curious, what was the feedback like with most of the people you talked with? Or can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Well, when we went to Main Street and Moonridge, and I went with District Heritage Speakers of Spanish, as well as Trusted Community Partners. They're only, honestly, this is crazy, but first off, they wanted to make sure they weren't going to be moved. Like they are at Moonridge. They don't want to have to, like, thank goodness the district moved us to Moonridge. This is a great thing. Like, they were really happy about that. There was a small group of secondary moms who wanted to talk about A through G at the high school. And they had graduated from this high school. And I think that's because of our community partner who was saying, oh, here's somebody, because she and I were chatting and she was asking about my history and, that kind of thing. And as I got to know her over the time, it just came out. She's like, oh, you could ask her this and that and this. And so they had all graduated from Half Moon Bay High School and never really understood it themselves. And didn't matriculate onto college and university. So that was a big topic of conversation, especially at Main Street. At Moonridge, folks were really concerned with just making sure that they're not going to have to go to, Fairlawn View. That was a long commute for them. So they appreciated that commitment to ensuring that they could go to the more local school. And then at Pillar Ridge, most of the families talked about how much they remember Pillar Ridge for being this beautiful place and such a great school and so nice. And
Fairlawn, you mean?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Fairlawn. Sorry. The Pillar Ridge parents talked about how much they remembered Fairlawn and really fondly, and thought it was a great school. And, I said, well, are you sure there's no problems here? There were a few parents who spoke about how going to school in the morning is not a problem for them, but then after work, in terms of picking up their kids, they said there was 2 parents who mentioned that. And then other parents, because we did ask specifically about like transportation and that kind of thing too, wanting to know.
So you mean they were concerned with the after-school programs at El Granada versus Fairlawn View?
Well, they wanted to make sure that they would have an after-school program. So, yeah. And then they also talked about like getting off work at a certain time and wanting to be able to pick up their kid in time. And so we talked about how in the event that we have the TK there, and we have enrollment, that we would be supporting wraparound services through our incredible ELOP programs that Rosalva Segura has been running and doing a fabulous job of under Leticia's direction. So, yeah. That was the general gist of it.
Sounds overall positive.
It was very positive. We heard from several families that they were excited and that they liked the idea.
Go ahead, Kim.
I was going to ask if any of the Pillar Ridge families, if they've already got kids in El Granada and they're moving to Farallon View, if anyone was worried or voiced any concern about having one child in one school and one in another, or if they would just try to request to co-locate them.
So we didn't actually hear that from any families because we asked, Fabiola and I both asked, but maybe it was just the luck of the draw of the people who were there, who we were able to talk to, because what we heard, they were like, oh no, my kid's like gonna be at Cunha that time, so it's okay, like that kind of thing. So that just didn't happen to come up. I know that a number of folks from the El Granada community did mention that. El Granada folks certainly brought that concern up, but we didn't hear, and that was actually because the El Granada parents had raised so many questions around that issue. That's why I went to Dr. McFetridge and said, hey, can I please go back and do a little more work?
So El Granada parents were concerned, but it wasn't a concern that fleshed out when you went to talk to the people being affected.
That's what it appeared when we went to meet with folks, when we went to talk to folks, to be clear. And these were one-on-one conversations for the most part.
Hi, and thank you for doing all that and having the time and just more of the patience. You will see that when you go for something, they will grab you and they will ask you so many off-topic questions, and that's just, unfortunately, that's just a sign of the disconnect that sometimes some of the parents feel. So it's like they see someone and they feel like, okay, maybe this is the time, and so they will talk your ear off over things that probably that's not the reason why you're there. So hopefully with more engagement and more of these types of dialogues, it won't be like that, but it's very typical. You will see that a lot in this community. And I'm excited. It's going to be a new school. I think change is hard, but the fact that these Moonridge, the children, the bust kids, as they were referred to in Moonridge, it wasn't. I completely feel like to bus them specifically all the way to Fairlawn View should never have happened. I mean, you have the kids at the golf course who live right next, fairly close to Moonridge. Why weren't they also chosen? It wasn't, in my opinion, as a community member, it was not equitable. And the fact that these families were able to return to their home school, and this makes sense. Is it gonna work? Who knows? Change is hard, and we won't know. I'm sure as a parent, we all have concerns, and we all have, maybe things that, are not sitting well, but I just hope people are patient and just let things kind of unfold and see what happens. This is gonna be a beautiful campus, and I think sometimes we need to see things where the glass is not half empty, but it's half full. I'm gonna just make a comment in Spanish, and lo que quiero decir es, si alguien de la comunidad está viendo esto, el cambio es difícil, pero es necesario, y a veces es cambio para un mejor. El hecho de que a veces estamos muy acostumbrados y tenemos miedo del cambio es algo que considerar, pero vamos a tener una escuela completamente nueva, va a haber más lugar para los alumnos, y creo que hay que darle una oportunidad. Yo creo, tengo fe que con paciencia y comunicación, todo va a ser para el mejor de los alumnos aquí en el distrito. I had other things, but they left my mind. I'm in total support of this, and thank you for all the work that you guys have done. Thank you.
Espero un rato. Por favor, traduzca también la oración de Moonridge permaneciendo en Hatch, por favor.
Lo voy a hacer, pero a veces también todos tenemos que ver cómo vamos a recibir el mensaje. I'm going to do it, I'm going to translate, but sometimes, you know, this is how the Spanish-speaking community feels. They feel completely left out, so I'm not going to let anybody feel left out here. And basically what I said is, it's change. Change is difficult, and change is hard, but sometimes change is surprisingly beneficial, and it's a good thing. You're going to have a beautiful renovated campus with space, more space for our students to thrive, and I think it's going to be something very, something that we should look forward to. And can we predict how it's going to fold and how things are going to? No, we can't. And there will always be someone or somebody who is not going to like it, and I think, you know, that's life. We need to figure out, you know, what our priorities are, and try, instead of dwell on them, just try and work together so that we can improve these things, right?
Excuse me, Member Cortez, I did not speak clearly. I was hoping that you would translate into Spanish the sentence you had said in English about Moonridge students remaining at Hatch and your feelings about the decision decades ago to move them.
Yes.
My apologies.
I will accept your apology and I will correct myself. Básicamente, como todos de la comunidad saben, era difícil que nuestra comunidad de nuestros niños fueran de un extremo del pueblo, como nosotros le llamamos, al otro extremo del pueblo, y no era justo porque la comunidad de Moonridge fue la que fue escogida para hacer esto. Y muchas veces yo escuché por varias personas de Moonridge que nos catalogarían a los niños como los que iban en el camión, los que llegan en el camión. Y eso a veces no era algo muy positivo, no era algo que se sentía como que eran parte de esa comunidad, pero el hecho de que les dieron la opción para regresar, les dieron la opción para estar en la escuela de su comunidad, y no era justo cómo fue esa comunidad escogida cuando directamente enfrente de Moonridge tienen a la comunidad del Gulf, como nosotros les decimos, ahí de los que viven en el Gulf, les decimos en español, y esa comunidad nunca fue afectada, sin embargo, estaba directamente al lado de Moonridge. So es algo que se corrigió, algo que gracias a todos los que están trabajando aquí en el distrito fue algo que se corrigió, algo que vamos a tratar de mejorar, y ojalá que si tienen alguna pregunta, por favor, siéntanse con esa confianza de poder venir a hablar al distrito. Tenemos mucha gente bilingüe, tenemos al doctor Contreras, a la doctora Batia, y como siempre, Rosy es como un ángel allí. Ella está dispuesta ahí para ayudarnos, apoyarnos, y el cambio va a venir, y ojalá que lo tomemos como una buena oportunidad y lo hagamos por el bien de nuestros niños.
And Board Member Cortez, I just want to say I really appreciate what you said earlier about our community and communicating with them. And I also want to take an opportunity to respond directly to our community. So I'm just going to say, siempre, bueno, yo no soy perfectamente capaz de responder, pero sin embargo, siempre es mi placer de responder, de informar, de comunicarme con nuestra comunidad. Esto es mi trabajo. Nosotros estamos aquí para servir. Cada alumno que está aquí es el hijo, la hija es la preciosa de su mamá, de su familia. Y nosotros estamos aquí para servir. Es el primero y es el último. So I mean, and I know I don't say it perfectly, so just so people know, like, it's my pleasure to respond to our community. And I really appreciate what Lizette brings up, if I may. Sorry, I'm being so informal, but I really appreciate what you bring up, because I know I'm not perfectly placed to respond, but I feel like that intention is there. I have a community, my vision for the work that we do is a service model. We serve from the beginning to the end. Every one of these kids is somebody's precious child, and when parents are bringing that forward, they really are talking about their baby, and we're lucky to get to engage with them. And I'm really excited. One of the things that I did learn, and I appreciate the comment that you made about the need for further outreach and community engagement with all of our community, is, so working with Dr. Bhatia and her team to support our school leaders to engage with the communities that they serve. And that includes the teachers and the staff and everybody, and to really support folks so that everybody is clear that we are all here in service to what's best for our students here. Full stop. Like, that's it, from the beginning to the end. And yeah, that's all.
Well, first, I just want to thank you, Bianca, for really taking to heart the feedback from the first meeting in April to do an extensive community outreach. I don't think it could have been any more extensive or successful or meaningful than it was from what you shared. Also, to just be clear for folks in our decision-making processes, of course, when we have agenda items at the board, we listen to the presentations, we have conversations here, we make decisions, and that's how it works. But for many of us and many topics, we are involved on those conversations, speaking with Dr. McFettridge or with staff beforehand, and community members as well. So I just want to make that clear, because sometimes we hear that we don't ask questions. And let me just say, if I asked every question I had, we'd be here for like 12 hours. So I bother Bianca or I bother Sean with like a billion questions before we come here. And they're typically woven into the presentations, and I really appreciate that. So that's how we make our meetings streamlined and efficient. And for this one too, I also felt it was important that as a board member, I connected with many community members as well. So I spoke with several members of the community, probably over a dozen, including several from different kind of parts of town, different ethnic backgrounds. And so I just want to say the only concern that I had, or question, it wasn't even concern, it was kind of like a question, was, and I think you sort of addressed this on one of the slides, was around families that had students enrolled in, let's say in El Granada, but now their students were mapped to Farallon View. Would there be a prioritization of those families over, let's say, students that had a preference for El Granada for whatever reason to be placed together with their existing enrolled student, if that makes sense?
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense, and it's a great
siblings.
question.
Before you
Thank you.
venture to answer that, please know I do think there is some work to be done, and hopefully in the year ahead, to define more clearly enrollment procedures so that we address situations such as those. And in my last district, we had this particularly because everybody was very attached to their neighborhood schools and the programs at those schools. And so we needed to get very clear when those programs were over-enrolled, what the process would be. And there were at times concerns raised and policies written, there are, to favor families and to try not to inconvenience them by splitting. But again, these are conversations I think we have to have ahead.
That's exactly right, and I appreciate that, and I have been directed by the superintendent to really focus on enrollment in the year upcoming, and looking at our policies, our practices, and I know Dr. Bhatia and I have a meeting tomorrow to talk about some TK enrollment stuff, and just really clarifying and making sure that not only are our enrollment processes clear, and clearly communicated, but they're accessible for our families. And so there's a lot of work to be done ahead around that piece, to be clear. And I have been given clear directives around that already.
I want to call on Rosie, my colleague here, because she worked in this department also, and she feels a point of clarification.
I just want to comment on Sophia's question. Our current policy has the priority enrollment, and siblings have
Okay.
priority.
Okay, so it's
over
already
other
existing.
students.
Yeah,
It
that
is.
makes sense. Yeah, that, I kind of figured that, but that's good to know, that it already exists.
It is-
And
it is
and
already.
above and beyond that, the enrollment process will be kind of revamped as well to just facilitate access, accessibility, you know, in other regards as well. So that's also good, because again, that gets us back to MTSS, and another way that by streamlining our general basic processes and procedures, you need fewer second-tier support, see, I'm well-trained.
I
Right,
do-
like you don't need to have an exemption or a transfer request process, like on top of, just put it into the basic process that you can sort these things out.
I do want to suggest, though, that there are others in the community who have commented also that there are concerns about sibling preference because how it can disenfranchise and disadvantage particular families. And so I think it will be something that we have to bring back to the board and have more input and talk to those kinds of families and individuals, and something that we need to think about with the board. This is clearly just a boundaries conversation, and there will continue to be an intra-district transfer process for students going forward if they are slotted, and we can look at that to try to ameliorate any hardships on families going forward.
Yeah, and the other piece of feedback that I heard is it could be a little bit challenging for families with kids southbound, like Acuna or the high school, but it was not a huge concern because there's a bus stop right there, and by middle school and high school, kids are generally comfortable, like a lot of kids take the bus, and they're comfortable with that, so it was less of a concern around that piece. It was mostly the sibling issue, so it's good to know that even now, we already have that process in place.
And that is a common practice among districts.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I would say overall, overarching feedback was like that the biggest concern was what happens to kids when they get to school, regardless of which school they're at. So be it one's elementary school or another, it's like, well, they should just be supported in all their learning wherever they are. That was the bigger kind of priority. And I just want to add to that, I feel like the timing's also really good now that we get this done and cleaned up, so you can kind of revamp the enrollment process, be ready for next year's, because it starts in January. It's not like it's that far off. It's like within a few months, we're gonna be coming back to school and starting about enrollment again, so I think the timing is really good for this. And I did have one last question, like roughly, would you say like how well attended were these meetings? Like, were you able to?
I'm sorry, what?
How well attended were the meetings, the community meetings that you had? Like roughly, like kind of what numbers?
I would like for us to have more well-attended meetings, because the
always.
meeting at Main Street was really, there were only a few families who came. And then at Moonridge, because we were in a community space at Moonridge, when we came in, there was initially just a few moms there, but then by the time we finished up our presentation, Graciela Krabenschmidt and I were there, and more parents came in, and I think folks kind of got the word, oh, what is that, what are they doing there? And so they came in and sat with us, and so that was a bigger group than at Main Street. And then at Pillar Ridge, we met with folks pretty much one-on-one. They have a food giveaway at Pillar Ridge, and it happens in their community space, and we were outside of the community space, chatting individually, one-on-one with folks as they came and left, and we greeted every single family who came and left, and in many cases, we were able to assist people to carry something or something like that too. So we did our best to meet folks where they're at, as we say.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
And at Pillar Ridge,
sorry.
we probably talked to like 50 people, maybe more.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a lot.
I'm going to make a point of privilege here. Aisha Barrow did put in a speaker slip, and Board President, if you would, and it was done after the other public comments were written, but I don't think Aisha knew. So it is totally up to you whether or not you want to have Aisha make that comment.
I probably, because it's on the paper, I'm probably comfortable with just saying, let's hold off on that and let's just follow up offline afterwards. We've been in touch. I don't, if there are any major concerns, hopefully I would know by now. And I know we've had outreach with many community members. I'd say let's probably, just for the fairness, since it's on the paper, I do usually read the thing, read a blurb at the beginning, but I forgot to do that. But because Rosie pointed out as well, it's on the paper, I want to just stick to the rules on that.
No, I understand, and
But I see
completely.
actually we have you coming up soon for equity audit as well.
Okay, so you'll get it in on the next. Okay, very good, thank you.
Yes, so then if there are any other further questions or comments? So, thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your questions and your consideration, and have a nice night, all, and all the work that we get to do together, supporting the students and families here in this really great community.
Well, stay up there for the vote, Bianca. I may be directing more work for you momentarily.
Yes, sir. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. It passes 5-0.
Thank you.
I want to thank Ms. Forrester and Graciela Krabenschmidt and Fabiola Valencia Becerra and Rosalda Segura and Dr. Batia and
Jackie Sullivan.
Jackie Sullivan and the whole team for engaging in the engagement and taking this from the demographer and me in April and making this to the place we're at. So thank you very much, Ms. Forrester.
Thank you, Dr. McFetridge. Have a nice evening, everyone.
Thank you.
And please go home. No, I mean, stay here if you'd like. Stay for the equity audit.
Go home and
but-
keep
The equity
working.
audit's going to be good. But wait, because we're at 7:33, so I would just like to propose let's say an 8-minute bio break. 10 feels too decadent, but 5 is way too short.
I
So
just need a
let's,
second.
actually, let's make it 7. Make it 7, so it's even 7:40 on my clock.
Need a second.
Second? I'll second. Oh, no, I
You did
made
the motion.
Okay, who wants to second?
I'll
Carmen?
second.
All in
Carmen
favor, please say
seconds.
aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rosie. We're going to reconvene after our short break. Thank you. So we are up to item 5, general business, and 5B, update on equity audit and strategic plan. So do we have an introduction from staff before Aurora presents?
Let me introduce Aurora Laura from Insight Education, who has been leading with her colleagues at Insight Education Group and with Dr. Batia and with what feels like a cast of thousands through focus groups and surveys and Zoom meetings and on and on and on. There's been students involved, families involved, staff involved. So I want to preface this by sometimes saying that equity audits can make people defensive because it provides a baseline of data of how we're doing and what we might need to change in order to have a more equitable system. Often that kind of reaction can turn into defensiveness, and sometimes it can turn into blame, What I want to suggest is that the board, again, as I said at the top of the hour, or 2 hours ago, said that the board said they wanted an equity policy, they got it. They wanted an equity statement, they helped create it. They workshopped it. This board believes very strongly in equity, and then they charged me with developing a plan for an equity audit and a strategic plan. It is the case that Inside Education is a group that has done this nationally. Ms. Laura, I think, has told me that she's done about 5 of these with different districts across the nation this year alone, and that this is also what the board, just so the public knows, the board liked this process because they knew that the equity audit could feed recommendations for the strategic plan. And so I appreciate Ms. Laura, and I want to welcome Ms. Laura to present to the board. And we'll try to keep out of it and let the outside party show a mirror on our practices.
Great. Thank you and good evening, Board President Lane, members of the board, and Superintendent McFetridge. So I am Aurora Laura. I'm from Inside Education, and I am in charge of presenting the equity audit this evening. So I'm sorry that we can't see the slides very well, but basically in this presentation, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the framework and how we organize the information that's going to come out in the equity audit. Then we'll talk about the process we went through and the methods that we used. Then we'll go through the findings and the recommendations for each of the area, and then we'll open it up to any questions that you have. So to start, the equity audit framework that we use has 5 different areas. We look at equity through the categories of structure, systems, and resources, culture and community, racial equity in the educator workforce, professional learning and personal growth, and curriculum, instruction, and learning. And we do this because we believe that in order to get equitable outcomes for students, we have to have opportunities for them, but we have to make sure that there is access to high quality supports in those 5 different categories if it's actually going to drive student achievement results. So that's why we looked at the 5 different categories, and that's how we grouped our results in the report itself. So here's the process that we go through when we do an equity audit. The first thing we did was we reviewed many documents that the district provided to us. We look at things like student achievement data, sample communications, district and school policies, different curriculum materials, professional learning offerings. So we look at a variety of documents that the district provides. We then do a quantitative review of district data, and so we request a whole bunch of data up front, and then our research team does a statistical review of that data. We do a lot of stakeholder engagement, and so we do 2 things. One is we administered surveys to school-based staff and school leaders, district leaders, students, families, and caregivers. So we have a lot of surveys, and the other thing that we did is we conducted a number of focus groups where we asked people about their lived experiences in the district when it comes to equity. After we gather all that data, then our team does the deeper analysis of all of it and comes out with a set of findings, and then we produce the recommendations and give the draft report to the district, and then work to make any revisions that need to happen, and then finalize it and present it to the board. So these are just the methods that we used for the study, and I won't go into detail, but it just gives a little bit more information about the surveys that we give, how they work, and the different types of focus groups that we ran. In total, these are the number of people that participated in our surveys. We had 36 school leaders, 26 non-school-based staff, 31 school staff members, 606 families and caregivers, and 267 students. And then in terms of focus groups, we did focus groups with board members, members of the cabinet, central office staff, school leaders, district staff, both non-school-based and school-based staff, so teachers, classified staff, union leadership, and students. We also interviewed outside community groups that also wanted to participate in the focus groups. In total, we did 18 focus groups that were conducted across all those categories. So now I'm going to go into the findings and the recommendations for each category. So in terms of domain 1, the structure, systems, and resources, these are our findings. The district has demonstrated a strength in your ability to develop structure, systems, and resources by establishing that 2019 equity policy and your 2021 equity statement. In the policy, you outline 9 equity accountability indicators to monitor progress in the equity space. And within those 9, you have revised current and created some new structures, processes, and opportunities for educational partners to assist the district to achieve their equity goals. These are some of the things that these are some of the policy measures and indicators that were in the policy. Routinely assessing student needs based on data disaggregated by race, ethnicity, socioeconomic, and cultural backgrounds in order to enable equity-focused policy planning and resource development decisions. Analyzing expenditures and allocating financial and human resources in a manner that provides all students with equitable access to district programs, support services, opportunities for success, and promotes equity and inclusion in the district. Such resources include access to high-quality administrators, teachers, and other school personnel, funding, technology, equipment, textbooks, and other instructional materials, facilities, and community resources or partnerships. Enabling and encouraging students to enroll in, participate in, and complete curricular and extracurricular courses, advanced college preparation programs, and other student activities. And building a positive school climate that promotes student engagement, safety, academic, and other supports for students. Adopting curriculum and instructional materials that accurately reflect the diversity among student groups. Providing or collaborating with local agencies and community groups to ensure the availability of necessary support services for students in needs. Promoting the employment and retention of a diverse staff that reflects the student demographics of the community. Providing district staff with ongoing research-based professional learning and professional development on culturally responsive instructional practices. Conducting program evaluations that focus on equity and address the academic outcomes and performance of all students on all indicators. So we thought the policy that you have is really strong, and there's a lot of really good content in there. So that is definitely something that we are very impressed with in the district.
Sorry, I don't
Sure.
mean to interrupt, but I know that this is a really rich report. There's 57 pages. Had you planned to read all of them?
All of the, well, would you like me to?
I'm just wondering if you could like highlight some of the things that stand out
Sure.
as positive or negative or needs improvement, but because I just feel like 57 pages and it's not numbered, and so for us to go back and to listen through the whole thing and then come back and ask questions is going to be difficult.
Okay.
And so I think you probably have some good feelings about where we need to pay attention, and rather than read the whole thing.
Okay.
Does that, I don't want to like, I'm not trying to be negative on this wonderful body of work at all, but I'm just trying to be sensitive to where we are in the agenda and how much time we're going to take.
Sure, it's no problem if you want me to just kind of jump through and sort of go through highlights. Every district does it a little bit different. Some want for the community us to go through all of it, and others want just the highlights, so that's fine. Perfect.
Yeah, I would say just hit on all the points, just maybe paraphrase, so you don't have to like read all the words, just kind of as a compromise. I want to make sure we hear all your points.
Sure.
But doesn't necessarily to be all the words there, if that's okay, if you're comfortable with that.
Sure.
Maybe it's a good compromise.
Okay, so in the next area, so that was about the policy. These are more of the other things that we found. One of the things is, even though you have, this great policy and the equity statement that is on your website that the district has developed, sometimes a lot of the people we spoke to were not aware that it existed. And so there is a little bit of a disconnect between kind of what the district has done and established, and sometimes whether people are aware and whether that's been communicated out. When we did surveys, families and caregivers responded that the district generally is committed to equitable policies and practices. You can see the data here. One thing is people were very impressed, or many of the people we talked to, about the equity work in the district and credited that to district leadership, the superintendent and cabinet, as well as some of the changes in the district leader demographics over years. Within the Student Support Services Department, we saw just strong evidence of use of data applications and data utilization methods, but we weren't sure how, whether that was being used as much at the school-based level. We also noticed some inconsistent data monitoring for disproportionate student enrollment into special education services. Again, the next one is about just communication, just making sure there's a good, we noticed that communication, there just seems to be a little bit of a gap between what the district is doing and wants to do, and then sometimes how people are understanding that, or whether they have gotten that message. And then we did hear some information about, from people who expressed some concerns for inequitable policies, specifically looking at some things like grading and attendance policies. We heard some examples of individual policies at certain schools, like students who might be, lots of students failing a PE class and having to go to summer school for not wearing shirts, their PE shirts, losing participation points from missing school or getting extra credit for not using their bathroom pass. And so we had people who talked about how that didn't really feel equitable for all the students. And then the other thing is, again, it goes back to the communication, but we felt that it's mostly situated at the district level, and we have to really make sure that it's boiling down and that there's a communications plan to make sure it's being implemented at all the levels. So our overall recommendation for this category is to develop a diversity, equity, and inclusion team to serve in an advisory capacity to ensure culturally competent practices are enacted and communicated in the district. And this just goes through the steps of how we would do that. You just need a chair for the work. You're going to identify key stakeholders who would be on that committee, identify exactly what they will do, how they will participate in helping to implement the policy that you have, and have them help develop a communication plan to make sure the district and community understands the work that is being done. For the next domain, which is culture and community, the district does have several, has shown us that they have lots of opportunities for educational partners to participate and to come to board meetings, to participate in community focus groups. We looked at our survey, and family and caregiver respondents, 72.3% agreed or strongly agreed with the prompt, "The school invites me to give input when considering academic placements for my students." A statistically significant difference did arise when you look at the difference between families whose students receive special education services and those who do not. Families who receive special education services felt like they have more input into that process, most likely because of IEPs, than families who do not have a child in special education services. We also wanted to share another statistically significant difference arose by race. Hispanic or Latino family and caregiver respondents showed a higher average level of agreement at 3.03 compared to families who identified as white or those who chose not to disclose their race. We did see elements or a documentation of a comprehensive mental health program for students, so we thought this was very positive. In terms of the student surveys, we saw a relatively low level of satisfaction for the culture of their district and schools, as well as the physical upkeep. When we asked the students, like, at my school, adults treat all students fairly and with respect, only 57.3% agreed or strongly agreed. And when we look at that deeper by race, students who identified as 2 or more races indicated a level of agreement to the prompt that's lower than their peers that are white or Asian. In terms of the statement, school leaders enforce discipline policies consistently with all students. Only 64.4% agreed or strongly agreed. A statistically significant difference came by race, where students who identified as two or more races indicated a level of agreement at the prompt at 2.32, compared to, which is lower than students who are white and Asian. And although it did not meet the threshold for statistical significance, I think it is important to note that students who identified as Black indicated a considerably low level of agreement to that prompt at 2.20, which was lower than all the other groups. In terms of the district, make sure my school is safe and in good physical condition, 56.6% of the students agreed or strongly disagreed. A statistically significant difference, again, rose by race, where students who identified as Black or African American indicated a considerably low agreement level to the prompt at 1.40, compared to peers who identified as Asian or Hispanic Latino at 3.0 and 2.73 respectively. We do applaud you for having a student representative on your board. You allow open comments at community meetings. But when we ask students about whether they feel like they have a place to be able to share their voices and opinions, there was a low average level of agreement with a mean score of 2.49. Within that, there was a statistically significant difference by gender. Students who identified as non-binary indicated a much lower level of agreement at 1.85, compared to peers who identified as female or male. In terms of like the focus groups, the amplification of student voice, particularly LGBTQ plus student voice, was a concern also raised in the student and family focus groups. When we looked at your discipline data, we did see there were patterns of disproportionality recorded in your discipline attributed to specific populations of student subgroups. I won't go through all the data, but what you'll be able to see here is that male students, Hispanic or Latino students, English learners, and students with disabilities accounted for a significantly, a much higher percentage of suspensions out of school, like office referrals, all those things, when compared to the actual percentage of the population that they make up. Despite those things, we did hear about evidence that the district is putting forth current efforts to try to provide some alternative disciplinary actions to suspension in conjunction with behavior intervention supports for students. The next one, we're just looking at discipline policies and practices are enforced consistently with students at school. You can just kind of see the data here. There was a statistically significant difference in that data. Students who identified as non-binary indicated a lower level of agreement to the prompt compared to their peers who were identified as female or male. And then in terms of what the focus groups we did, we heard a lot of different themes. In general, we need to make sure that the district is building authentic relationships and a culture of engagement with families, particularly Spanish-speaking families and caregivers. We need to shift from a culture of blame to blame and shame to a culture of accountability. We want to make sure that Spanish-speaking families believe they have a voice in the district, and do that at all times, not just when they, prepare for, a really important meeting or enlist legal representatives. Based on some responses, there does not appear to be a culture of collective action among the district staff to prioritize equity under expectations around equity from the district. So we do know that there are great ideas and the policies out there, but not everyone expressed that they are feeling like they are being compelled to actually act on those. Some student experiences do not convey a culture of safety and inclusion for LGBTQ students. Although we did hear some educators do make space for, through discussion and personal check-ins to process local events. And so I think you do have some teachers who are really kind of going above and beyond to build a culture of safety and inclusion. It's just not all. And then another theme that we heard, to increase family engagement, we really need to make sure that we're improving translation services for families and caregivers, and ensuring that technology and educational jargon are not serving as barriers for them to understand what is going on in the district and how to participate. So in terms of our recommendations, apologize, it's hard to see, but we identified that we need to make sure that we're identifying more people to help kind of bring the message forward and be involved in the equity work as part of that committee. We need to improve communication with families and develop a two-way process of communication where every family feels like they have a part and can be valued and that they are able to participate. We'd recommend that you hold some meetings with leaders, staff, caregivers, and students, especially students of color, those from LGBTQ plus community, those with disabilities, on specific issues that are relative to them, and try to dig into this data a little bit more to understand what might have kind of, what might be leading them to feel the way that they indicated on the surveys. And just set clear expectations that equity work is non-negotiable for everyone in the district. We also said we need to look at the translation services and the availability of people who are bilingual at all the schools. So we recommend that you develop a plan for making sure there are an adequate number of bilingual staff members on each campus for translation services. Streamline translation services just to make sure systems are easier for families to understand and ensure that access to support is available at times that are really convenient for families and at locations that are convenient for families. And then provide differentiated services to meet their needs. Third domain, equity in the educator workforce. The district does not currently have an educator workforce that is representative of the student population. Nearly 80% of the teaching force identifies as white. You do have 33% of school leaders, though, that identify as Latino or Hispanic, which is compared to only 15% of teachers identify as Hispanic or Latino. The district does have a strategic plan for human resources with targeted efforts to recruit, hire, and retain educators from diverse backgrounds. So this is something that you're working on. And these are just some of the things that are in the plan. There's a section about recruitment, section about hiring here, and then a section about retaining staff. So we thought the plan was really good. Just need to continue to work it so that the results show up in the data. You can just kind of skip through some of this. So next, when we look at just things like whether we're recruiting or retaining staff, a lot of teachers and staff and school leaders just agreed this is an area that we still really need to work at. As you can see, like 54.5% of district and school leaders disagreed that we have programming aimed at retaining teachers. 71% of district and school staff and teachers strongly disagreed or disagreed. So this is an area, even though there is a really good plan, it's not, the teachers and the people in the schools are not feeling like it's actually being implemented. We do want to note that the scores in the equity in the educator workforce yielded some of the lowest overall scores of anything on the survey. And in the focus groups also, people expressed just a desire to witness more representation and staffing for educators of color, Spanish-speaking educators. So this was just a really common theme that we heard. And they do feel like there's, a lot more representation in the classified staff than in the certificated staff. And so they're saying we want to see it in both. And just a couple quotes here. We heard from a lot of families that the schools just need more people who are bilingual and bicultural at all levels of the organization. And I do want to note that the district has increased an increase in the number of Hispanic and Latinx staff that they've hired from 2016 now up through 2021. So it's gone from 33.9 to 63.4%. But we weren't able to get information about whether those individuals are classified or school leaders or certificated staff. But it does look like they are putting efforts in this area. In terms of recommendations, we believe that we need to just make sure, honestly, that the district is trying to develop, that they're setting goals around increasing the diversity of the workforce and work in partnership with universities to try and find more and recruit more candidates, that we are developing a career pathway model to ensure opportunities for career growth for staff of color, including advancement from classified to certificated positions, and giving them opportunities to participate in leadership academies, instructional leadership coaching, and just other leadership development opportunities so they can have opportunities to move up in the system. And also to develop a system for employee exit interviews to identify and refine strategies for strengthening employee retention, particularly for staff members of color. Domain 4, which is around professional learning and growth. We did see well-aligned professional learning featured kind of in the LCAP and the master schedule that was provided to us. But although you do have these opportunities available to staff, teachers and school-based respondents reported different levels of agreement about how much is available and kind of the quality of it compared to school leaders. So you can see just kind of a difference here in terms of whether the district has an annual schedule of professional learning. District and school leaders, 90.1% agreed, but school staff, 54.9% agreed. So I think there's probably, again, a communication problem about what's available and whether people are aware of those opportunities. In terms of our district provides necessary resources, meaning funding, materials, follow-up training, administrative support to implement equity-focused initiatives. District and school leaders, 72.7% agreed or strongly agreed. School staff, 38.7% agreed or strongly agreed. So there's a very large difference there. Let's jump through another one. As part of district professional learning, the district and schools provide evidence-based and research-based training to support the teachers in meeting the needs of all students. People generally agreed with this. School leaders, 72.8% agreed. School staff, 61.3% agreed. In terms of the district and school participates in professional learning that addresses educational equity and is relevant to our district context and student population, similar levels of agreement to the last question. But we will say we didn't hear a lot about professional learning from the focus groups that we did. We only really kind of heard one comment where somebody mentioned this, that we've had some of this training. We've done a little bit of equity training. We talked about implicit bias, but at some of the training, some of the teachers weren't recognizing that they had it, and so probably just more work needs to be done. And then we also heard that their community members expressed a belief that the staff should be trained in creating more inclusive school environments for LGBTQ plus students, as well as additional liaison training for those working with Spanish-speaking families. In terms of recommendations, we do think it's important to survey classified staff, building leaders, and teachers to find out what additional professional development they believe would be most helpful so that it feels relevant. Continue partnering with organizations that have experience doing equity training. Develop just a multi-year training plan to ensure consistency in professional learning. Domain 5 is curriculum, instruction, and learning. We saw significant academic disparities observed between white students and Hispanic or Latino students, as well as between student characteristic groups, meaning students with disabilities, English learners, and economically disadvantaged students. I won't go through all the data, but you can see there are significant gaps in demographic gaps in the data for students in third grade ELA, third grade math, eighth grade ELA, eighth grade math. The district also provided data that demonstrated disproportionate enrollment into special education services, and some of the focus groups talked about previous notifications from the Office of Civil Rights regarding over-identification of student subgroups in special education. And then there was some data here to support that. In terms of the graduation rate, we thought this was interesting. Class of 2022 students in CUSD achieved a 4-year graduation of 87%, but female students attained a higher graduation of 93.8 compared to male students at 80.1. And students who identified as English learners graduated at a rate of 66.7%. High level of agreement to the prompt by students. I have access to courses of my choosing, including advanced and elective courses. Also a high level of agreement to the prompt from students when they were asked whether they're given equal and equitable access to participate in chorus, band, sports, STEM, visual and performing arts, student leadership, and other special programs. So those were both high from the students, and we did not see any statistically significant differences. This one has to do with overrepresentation of white students in advanced courses. There's 61.1% of white students who represent less than 40% of the population at 38.9. Hispanic and Hispanic, Latino, and economically disadvantaged students were underrepresented in gifted education. In particular, Hispanic or Latino students made up only 33.3% of gifted students, although they represent 53.6% of the population. Economically disadvantaged students represent 8.3% of gifted students when they represent 45.2% of the population. We saw similar patterns of over and underrepresentation in honors course and college credit courses. And then in terms of post-secondary pathway data that the district provided, many graduates who were attending a college or university were identifying as white females. There was limited or unknown data on students who are enrolling in the military, enlisting in the military, or directly entering the workforce, or technical and trade schools. Most students' survey prompts that were used to assess representation in the course materials, as well as representation in the learning environment, yielded low to high levels of agreement for survey responses. Couple things to note. Most students agreed or strongly agreed that teachers are using culturally appropriate instruction in the classroom. 62.5% agreed or strongly agreed that their classroom instructional materials, their homework, their learning activities are reflecting people from diverse races, ethnic groups, cultures. And when it came to my classroom environment is welcoming to all students, cultures, and backgrounds, 87.6% agreed. When it came to the prompt, our school curriculum incorporates reading and learning activities from diverse races, ethnic groups, and cultures. The staff survey respondents indicated a level of agreement at 2.94. But with when we did the statistical analysis, there was a statistically significant difference by race, where white staff survey respondents indicated a significantly higher level of agreement to that prompt at 3.09 than colleagues who chose not to disclose their race. The students who participated in focus groups believe their academic needs were generally met, but this was largely dependent on the teacher and how engaged they were with the student needs. And then one other thing that we heard, students who had experiences in the alternative schools were a much higher percentage saying that they felt like their academic needs were being met. And they made it a point to uplift the differences in their academic experience at the alternative school compared to the traditional high school. Some of the students said, yes, I do a lot better here at the alternative school. Overall, their experience at the other school just wasn't good, but here they actually walk me through things and give us a chance to understand. And another student said they felt like at the bigger high school, they felt like they had some teachers who just kind of threw a packet in front of them or just talked and sat down while the students worked. And at the alternative school, they said here they're more one-on-one. No one is really on their guard here. We're all on the same level. Teachers engage here more and pay more attention to you as an individual and pay attention to what we need to succeed in life. So we just heard really, really positive things about the alternative school in this district. So in terms of recommendations, we believe that we should just expand current curriculum, instructional materials, and classroom practices in a way that prioritize inclusion and equity. So we believe that it's important to just continue to review instructional materials that are being used, make sure that a diversity of perspectives and backgrounds are being incorporated into those materials, make sure teachers are using the things that they're learning in professional development in their classrooms, and that we also look at the most vulnerable students and make sure we've got a plan to ensure that tiered intervention is happening across all grade levels and content areas so we can help close those achievement gaps. And these are just kind of some of the strategies that you would go through to do those. So that kind of wraps up the 5 domains with all the findings and recommendations. I know it is a lot. There's a lot more detail in the full report. But these were just some of the highlights here. At this point, I'll turn it over to you all.
Thank you so much for, that's a lot of information to digest.
Yes.
Thank you for your excellent presentation of the highlights. I actually have 2 questions/comments. One has to do with section 2 on culture and community. There was one slide that talked about a lower kind of student perception of some of the teachers and how they're treated. And my perception is that's kind of an aggregate opinion. I have heard from adults who work with a number of students at the high school, outside of the high school, that they can name by name those teachers that truly go above and beyond and are admired, and then those that they feel truly have bias or bully. And I'm wondering, I mean, besides just creating another committee to discuss it, if we could just add in there a way to suss out those teachers that perhaps unbeknownst to them are carrying bias in the way that they treat students. And this was not just brown students, black students, white students. This was, kind of culturally in context with different academic areas, and who are typically strong students or not strong students. And when students notice other students being bullied and then it's not brought up because they fear repercussion from principals or from teachers, then there's an underlying culture. So I just want to name that. You guys know better how to do that type of a survey, and maybe there's something else we can bring to the table. Number 2, I heard you talking about gifted students. I have not heard that language in a number of years. I know there was gifted ed when my kids came through, but we don't have gifted ed. We've got AP classes. Was that identified some way?
You know, at our survey, I believe we were actually looking at the advanced courseworks. In a lot of districts, it's called gifted, but we probably need to just change that language.
It's called Squishy Parents.
Okay, because that is
it's
what the
not.
data, what we were looking for,
Okay.
so I apologize for calling it that.
No, it's
Yeah.
just, okay, so it's AP classes, okay? Because that is something that, having worked in other states where AP education is actually mandated, and these aren't necessarily the kids with highest grades or the most motivated, but totally, very creative, bright, incredible students, and it's something we don't typically address here. And I'm sure there's lots of brown kids that would qualify for gifted ed.
Point of order, President Lane, I do believe we have a public comment that we need to take before you engage in board comments.
That's okay. Okay, so let's go to thank you for that reminder, because I forgot. We were so excited about questions and comments. So before we proceed further, Aisha, if you come up and provide us with your comments, and 3 minutes for comments, and because this is pertaining to this specific item, we can discuss the topic that was raised, unlike the general public comments.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, first off, I wanted to introduce myself. My name is Aisha Barrow. I'm a part of a group called Coastside Families Taking Action. We've been engaging on the Coastside since 2020 and have over 200 members in our membership. And I wanted to first off thank you for conducting this equity audit. It speaks volume to your commitment to equity. And it's very much appreciated, and it's a very thorough piece of information. So thank you for that. I also think that the school has the right focus on English learners. It's been apparent, having a daughter in the school system myself who's in kindergarten, that the focus has rightly been placed on English learners, and that's great. Some of the findings made me think about, especially around the high school and seeing all the positive feedback from the alternative high school, whether there might even be an opportunity to have different tracks for students earlier on. Because even engaging with my daughter's classroom as a volunteer, and I'm a volunteer that's in the kindergarten room, I already see differences in kindergarten. And I just wonder if the children's confidence would be boosted if they engage with peers that were, at the same level as them. And we've seen that apparently in the high school. So that's one thought. I also see from the equity audit that you've addressed feedback from population like the LGBTQ population that feels excluded. So I know that you already are engaged with Coast Pride as an ally to that community. Wanted to commend that and also encourage you to continue to work with them. One voice that you've called out in the equity audit has been the Black student voice. And I was surprised to see that, first off, because there are not many Black students, and I feel like the Black student voice has been absent and not represented in the school district. I am one of those parents that has the only Black child at Hatch Elementary, and I don't see a lot of solutions tailored to Black students. Like I said at the beginning, I do feel that the focus for this district has rightly been placed on English learners, but I would like to see an increased focus on Black students, and I think I have some examples. Even from the equity audit, I saw that there was a recommendation for more diverse teachers, bilingual teachers, which is great, but also Black teachers would be fantastic. It sounds like there's a statistically significant enough group of Black students that it has been carved out and called out in the equity audit, which I was surprised to see. And the other thing that is personal to me is equitable access to Spanish immersion. My daughter has been number 2 on the Spanish immersion waitlist since March of 2022. That's been 16 months. A whole summer has passed, and there hasn't been a single spot. And then a whole year has passed, and not a single spot again. And you would think that, given that there is enough Black student representation, you would want that kind of student in the student body to benefit just like all the other students are benefiting. And there is carve-out for siblings, which I understand. There is carve-out for Spanish learners, at Black students. How do you make sure that a demographic that has been absent from the Coastside, that is increasingly being represented, also has the same access to a program that's been touted as being superior? So it's been a very frustrating experience for me, and one that I think needs to be looked at. How do you make sure that kids like my daughter have access to this great program that has been touted as being superior? So thank you.
Thank you, Aisha. Okay, thank you, Aurora. Other comments, questions? As I can go. I just first want to say thank you so much because this is such, oh, were you done? Sorry. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm going to say I get confused when things come in halfway through the presentation, and so it's really important that we do stick with what is written on these cards to please, if you wish to address the governing board, please complete this card and hand it to the administrative assistant to the superintendent prior to the introduction of the item. It's very challenging for me to participate in the conversation and think about the conversation while I'm sometimes getting texts or getting papers handed to me halfway through and trying to manage all the stuff. So
My apologies.
No, that's
Well,
okay.
it's also kind of a Brown Act thing, that it's not supposed to be a back and forth thing.
Yes, we also don't want to have
It's-
conversations and
it's-
things in response to things that we're saying as part of the presentation as well. I'll make an extension, Peter, come up, but basically because Sean and Rosie handed it to me, and I would just ask, and I'll be more clear about this in the meetings moving forward.
Well, and I'll say it's entirely my fault because I did
Yeah.
submit it after the instructions, but
I'll just say for the
I can't comment on something
record,
that I haven't heard, so.
yeah, for the record, I'm assuming that this, yeah, I don't know when this was handed in.
So
I just got it.
Yeah, it's very late. But, and I should clarify, since some of you and I wear multiple hats, I'm speaking purely as a parent and someone who participated in the survey. I have concerns about the methodology of the survey in the sense that we have no, to my knowledge, data on who took the survey. We have raw numbers, but we don't know if those numbers are representational. I received the survey at least 6 times, I would say, stopped counting at a certain point, through email, through text, through take-home packets from my children, each one separately. They were on the desks in the front offices. I can't remember how many I took to fill out from there as with the other people who were taking stacks. So all of these data are potentially non-representational. And so if we take actions based on data that we don't have methodological controls on, that's potentially problematic. And the other thing, I was reminded in the conversation about the question of gifted, because I was struck by that question when I saw it on the survey too. And I can say as someone taking the survey, I did not read it as being equivalent to AP. It was in a section completely different from advanced placement and honors types of courses. It is a term that I've been in California long enough to know that it is something that is used in elementary education that I know we don't have in this district. So I was very surprised to see that in the survey. The survey seemed to have perhaps been written for a different district. And once again, that would taint the results of the survey if I thought perhaps it was a test question to see if people actually knew what their district was offering. When that question appeared on my survey, I thought, well, this is a good way to see if people actually know what they're responding to, because they're being asked to respond to something that doesn't exist in this district. So I did have some concerns about the distribution, about the phrasing, and thus about the results of the survey. Thank you.
Thank you. And I apologize again for the confusion around the procedures. I just really want to stick with it, and I realized I didn't stick with it. I did stick with it previously, didn't stick with it here. I will try to do better to just stick with the process. And I get confused when people hand things to me. I will just read them, and I appreciate staff trying to balance giving a voice to community members, but also trying to make me not confused. So thank you for trying to strike that balance, because sometimes.
And I jumped in there, so sorry about that.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Okay, so I will try to read the blurb again in the beginning. Back to Aurora. Do you have more questions? Or I can ask a few and you can come back. So again, I was going to say thank you because this is a lot of work and really well done in terms of the rigor with which it was done and analyzed. And there's always caveats, and we know you explained the thing about gifted, so we have a little grain of salt to anything pertaining to gifted. I think if anything, when you're analyzing or looking at data, you look at different things with different degrees of weight and certainty. So I think it's more directionally where things are going, and knowing that even if you are oversampling in one particular subgroup, you're still going to see likely differences between the two subgroups, directionally, if not precisely, because nonetheless, when you're starting, we know there is going to be some fudge factor, because we can say, and I had shared with staff as a parent, that I was inundated with surveys at that time as well, which is like nice. We were doing a lot of surveys, but they were all at the same time. So it was a little confusing. So I often would be like, wait, did I do this one? Is this? And you start it, you're like, oh, this looks familiar. I'm not going to do this because I already did this one. So I think like there's going to be some amount of repeats, but they look different enough that I feel like many people will have caught themselves. So figure maybe 10% over sampling in any group, maybe. That would be good because, many people didn't take them. But actually the results were pretty strong. And I had questions around the student surveys as well, because that was actually pretty good, because I know it can be sometimes hard for students to want to participate in these things. Because they have even less insight than most parents do in terms of how things are going to be used. So I was curious, like with the student surveys and focus groups, can you tell us a little bit more about who participated in those, like what grade levels and that sort of thing?
For the student surveys, we did it during advisory at the high school.
I figured, Half Moon Bay High School.
So we did Half Moon Bay High School, and Pilarcitos. And for the focus groups, we actually picked 2 different samples of students. One, the leadership team, which of course will be made up of your higher performing groups of students. And then we, again, thanks to the administration at both Half Moon Bay High School and at Pilarcitos, we then had a second group where we try to diversify between all of our at-promise subgroups, LGBTQ plus, male, female, low-performing migrant students. We also felt it was really important to go into Pilarcitos, and we had a sample focus group that was very successful at Pilarcitos, as you can see through the quotes that our students at Pilarcitos shared with us.
Oh, that's good. So the second group was like kind of handpicked, like pulled out from some class to participate in a focus group.
Yes,
so
during advisory. We made
advisory.
sure that we did not pull them during class
during
time.
advisory.
It was during advisory.
Yep. And then CUNA students were not included, right? So this was just high school level in the survey?
Yes, I believe that's what was recommended and what other school districts have done. We also at some point next year, I know that Ms. Forrester and her team, and plus, I mean, we're takes a village, so all our departments work closely together. We do want to come back to share after we analyze and determine some SMART goals moving forward. We want to come back to you with the Healthy Kids Survey data.
I was just going to ask that.
California Healthy
Okay,
Kids
good.
Survey, as well as some panorama survey data that our students completed. Now, the Healthy Kids Survey is sampling, for the first year, we're sampling in 5th grade. In middle school, I believe it's 7th grade, and in high school. So those are some important data points that we'd like to come back to share with you next year.
I'm sorry, and maybe I missed this because I was outside checking on some kind of yelling or screaming, which I think is all right. But I also want to say that we had worked with Coast Pride this year to clear an equity voice survey through Stanford and through Coast Pride. And so I've spoken with Jenny Walter and have shared with her to keep an eye out on these findings, along with Cassie Talbot, I believe, and some other members of Coast Pride, to talk about and to extend our desire to work more closely with Coast Pride, particularly at the secondary levels, to address some of the findings in the equity audit. So I just wanted to add that as part of the student voice piece that came out to me very clearly.
And so for that 3rd grade ELA, that was probably like I guess the data for the 3rd grade ELA, that was a focus group with 3rd graders, I suppose. Was there?
For the ELA, it was assessment data.
Oh, okay.
English language arts.
Okay. I thought there was something about how they felt about something, but maybe I'm wrong.
No, focus groups are only done with secondary students.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you could do it, little ones, but it'd be very different. It'd be much more indirect kind of questioning. What's my other question? I was just gonna make one more comment, and then I'll pass it over, although you'll probably ask questions that make me think and ask more questions, which was one small feedback that you had mentioned there that you didn't speak to, but I wanted to just mention because I think it speaks to a little bit that cultural awareness around what is equity and what is not equity, and what is bias and what is not bias. There was a comment, I think it was under the culture section about pobrecito, and that idea of like, almost sometimes like when the how you give people something like support is almost as important as what support you're giving them. And if there's any sort of tone of condescension or resentment or anything, or like a pobrecito feeling like that to me struck me as maybe the kind of work we can continue to do around implicit bias, which I know we've been trying to do a lot of in the past, because that's kind of the hidden stuff that's harder to see, never mind change. So I just wanted to point that out as like a helpful insight, I think, as far as thinking about how we approach some of these cultural changes. So I didn't mean to interrupt, but that was my last.
The last question I had was, in attracting teachers with more diversity, do we know what the pool of teacher candidates coming out of the colleges in the Bay Area looks like?
That is known. There is research on this, and unfortunately, there are fewer teachers being credentialed this year. There was recently a report on that, and there was recently a report, particularly if we're talking about this being a pipeline problem, and I appreciate the interest in this. It's why we had Bianca Forrester develop a plan. But in the pipeline problem, for example, the CBEST, the California Basic Educational Skills Test, the recent data says that 91% of white takers of that test will pass it in the first go, and 76% of, I could be wrong with my numbers, but 76% and 82% respectively for Black and or Latino. So there is both a pipeline problem and a hiring problem. We, in particular, there are other aspects of this too regarding HR law. Grand jury reported on this last year, and they talked to us in all districts. And there is an issue too with, how do I say this? There are legal issues in human resources law in the state of California and in the United States that can make this challenging. So I would say that there is both a pipeline problem and a presence. Even though we've improved our staffing, as has been shown in the data in recent years, to hire more people of color, ethnic minorities, whatever you want to call it, not white people, there's a long way to go for us to be representative of a Latino majority population here, particularly in our certificated staff. But there is a pipeline problem, particularly with teacher education, and there is data that has been provided saying that that is partly because of the requirements for testing to be able to get a credential, and also just the number of students that are coming out of university for teacher credentials.
I'm wondering for the state of California, just so the public hears, there are some colleges across the country, for elementary education, if you graduate with a bachelor's, you can get a credential. It doesn't require a graduate degree. So the fact that California requires graduate education could be cost prohibitive for people looking at their careers.
I believe and hope that the state of California will recognize this. And again, I think there was recently an article this week in EdSource about this, namely suggesting that the state of California, if they are going to expect and inspect and want and desire, as I believe I do, and as my colleague in the HR department, Bianca Forrester, and everybody on our team does believe that we would like faculty and support staff that represent the students we serve and families we serve. There have to be some barriers, structural barriers at the secondary, post-secondary level, the graduate education, the bachelor, baccalaureate levels, and also in the state levels with regard to basic testing. I cannot tell you how many students, how many people will not try to enter as a second career teaching or substitute teaching because of their fear of the CBEST test. There are some really difficult challenges to us to face to be able to get everybody who's interested in teaching in the workforce to be part of the workforce. And I'm just going to say it. Over the years, there has been a lack of interest in this and fewer teachers being credentialed, particularly because the way that the pay structures have worked in the state.
Hi, thank you, and thank you for being here and all the work that you've done. I do have a question, just like the gentleman who came up, and so I was curious because I got several of them as I am a parent. Since they are anonymous, was there? Can you verify if they are duplicated or? Responses?
We cannot because it's completely anonymous. So that's kind of the trade-off that you give. And the issue is sometimes if it's not anonymous, then people don't always feel like they can feel comfortable and safe to share their thoughts. So it is a trade-off, but we opt for anonymity in the results that we share. But it does mean that there could be error or people who took it more than once.
And Trustee Cortez, when we have administered the panorama survey for LCAP, we have received limited surveys when we ask for specific, like a name or an email or connection to a student. And it's even less for our Latinx Hispanic community. And so we just take that 10% risk factor of just sending out the surveys and trusting that families will recognize, yes, I completed it, or no, I didn't. And we did receive actually pretty high return rate for our surveys, plus even our Hispanic Latino community. And that's one of the reasons why we had to push the strategic plan a couple of months further back, because we needed time to continue the outreach with our Hispanic Latino community.
And 2 points to maybe add to that too, is when you see, when you don't have a reason to believe one is oversampled, one group is oversampled more than the other, then all that matters is like the net result. It's like they're all plus 10%, if they're all duplicated 10%, then the result's still gonna be the same. So that kind of says, yes, there might be some dirtiness in that regard, but directionally they're right. And also because the points, the results we saw that were also previously presented in different ways are consistent with that. It also suggests that there's no skewing, no major skewing of the data, because we kind of have controls in a way to say, when you're, when like generally this group feels this way, and it's like, well, generally they feel this way too. So other questions should line up with that level of confidence, even though you didn't do confidence intervals and stuff like that.
I also do want to say too that, sometimes in research we do mixed methods, qualitative and quantitative. If you get the focus groups, that's qualitative survey data, that's not being repeated, right? And I would also say too that when you're trying to check the veracity of data and check what you're getting through this kind of quantitative, even if it's anonymized because you're trying to elicit representation and performance, I will tell you that many of the findings here match and align with findings that we've presented past to the board. So I just want to remind people people talk to me all the time about educational research. I was in a meeting earlier this week with some friends, some community partners, and they were saying, hey, can we line that up with data? I'm like, if I had a bunch of Stanford researchers in a couple of years, I could, yes. This is a challenging process. I do believe that the data that we've received here is informative and does align with other data that we've received in the past.
And also with other data we see generally for student populations, generally in most
Yes, and also, yes, that's true,
Outside
yes,
research.
whether it's
Like the
data that.
general body of data.
Yes, whether, like the data that Dr. Bhatia has presented in past years about grading, about access to advanced coursework, about UC A to G completion, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of this is like checking the box for us, like, yes, that aligns. So a lot of this is not news to us. It's just another outside party. And yes, you are going to always have some kind of computation risk, error risk. That said, you can go back to 2018, before I was in the district, and there was a Stanford professor, Sean Reardon, and it was published in the Half Moon Bay Review, and it was about English language learners in this district. Every year we've presented data in this district about, because we have that data on English language learners. But I would dare say that in every district, you're probably going to see other groups that are also at promise of reaching higher achievement and who are underserved, and that there's an opportunity gap and we need to do more to serve them. And I think these recommendations are sound based on data we provided you previously, and it aligns with work that we've already established and started to do.
I completely agree. I mean, no more further, I mean, I get it. It was just a curiosity question. And honestly, I was even surprised to see the involvement from the Latino community, because I know in the beginning it was very, very low.
Yes.
And I know firsthand that perspectives and opinions, and just because of the culture and the diversity, the priorities and the way education is viewed is very differently. And I agree with what Dr. McFetrich had said and what Sophia is saying. I mean, the results are things that we've been talking. The results are the reason why I'm sitting here, instead of like trying to make more money and be home with my child. And, you know, the struggle is real. And that the results are the reason why I'm sitting here. And, you know, I also believe that everything that was in this data is not new news. I mean, you know, significant academic disparities between whites and Hispanics, over a representation of whites in AP courses, lack of interest, of implicit bias by some people who believe that it doesn't exist. Climate in the schools, where students feel like they're not heard, you know, and I could keep going. High percentage of suspension and expulsion within our ELD and Latino males, increasing diversity. You know, I get it. I mean, if the majority of the students are Latinos and the minority of the staff don't look like them, and not only for the students, but also for the parents, and that's very important when you're talking about, you know, parent engagement and parent involvement. It's very important. I'll mention it here. There was a young woman who came. I don't recognize her, but she recognized me as a Latina, and she said hi, and she was earlier here in the board meeting. So it says volumes when you can identify, even if it's physically, with someone. So I completely agree with all the findings. I was just curious.
Sure.
And then for the student survey, so it's only, was Cunha not even a consideration, Cunha students? Because those kids have a mind of their own. Like, they're pretty, they think that they run the world. I was just curious.
So we thought about it, but we just decided to focus on the high school level. But what did come out of this experience I stayed maybe for 10 minutes at the Pilarcitos focus group, and it just, for Israel Castillo and myself, it really opened our eyes. And as we move forward to next year, and you'll see in the professional development quick overview that I'll share, we are working with principals to make sure that they include that student voice, as I know, Sophia, you've mentioned in the past, and all of you have mentioned. It's super important. If we are giving services but not asking the people who are receiving the service, we need to improve in that area, and that's what we'll be doing moving forward across the board.
I think this is a great start. I mean, just even having the these group of students participate is awesome. You know, I think it's super important because of what you just said. We need to take into consideration and hear the voices of the people that are being affected by the programs, you know, all of that. I was just, I guess because I'm biased and I have a Cunha student, and she's always telling me how things should be done and what's not happening and what is happening. I just felt like maybe in the future that's something that we can, you know, try to consider. I mean, they grow up so fast. I mean, you give them a phone and they think they know everything. So I was just curious.
I also wanted to share that this past year, we worked with San Mateo County Office of Ed in parallel to the equity and strategic plan work, and we are currently being trained on basically empathy interviews, which is part of improvement science and cycles of inquiry. We've talked about cycles of inquiry, and the empathy interviews would be a process in speaking one-to-one with students and asking them what's working, how can we improve? And so that's one of the strategies that we'll use moving forward to into next year.
Yeah, I just feel, and as working for juvenile probation, I feel that when you at least just make those children feel like you want to hear them, that really opens up the doors to something that could be completely beneficial and life-changing for them. Because a lot of the times they don't feel like they're being heard or seen. And if they are, it's always in a negative light. So I just making them feel like, yeah, we're not going to do what you say, but what do you have to say is so important.
I just wanted to add clarification, and I think I'm okay to reply to something that was said in public comment. Thank you. For all of the teachers in our schools that are in English-only classrooms, we have alternative programs, not superior programs. And I just want to say that specifically, while it's highly desirable for some families to be in the Spanish immersion program, our Spanish learners test higher, I believe, in our English-only classrooms. And our students that are in English-only do very well through the whole pipeline and graduating. So yes, it's desirable for some families to have that dual language. That was something I wanted for my students, for my kids, and then it ended up not happening at El Granada, but I was, as a parent, very happy with English only. So just wanted to name that as just an alternative, not necessarily preferred.
I just want to say that this actually came up back in past board meetings when people suggested, and it came up in a comment tonight too, about wouldn't it be great if you had immersion programs at other schools up the highway. There are a lot of things that would be great for us to do. And staffing is a concern. So back to the conversation we were having before. If we could hire more bilingual staff, that would be a goal that is integrated and called out and one that we've shared and suggested in the past. But having the right staffing for B-clad bilingual language, oh my gosh, you're going to help.
Dual immersion?
Yeah, it's the dual immersion credential, basically, the B-clad credential, bicultural, bilingual, language acquisition, B-clad. Anyway, so if it is very challenging for us to be able to provide immersion programs at every school because of the resources and the way that the schools are situated. It is also the case, I think it is important to say, and we can say it about past comments, these are programs of choice, and there is a lottery process at Hatch for that, and it can be very dissatisfying to families when they don't get in. I want to acknowledge that, because they want to get in, that's why they join the lottery. And personally, I would like to see it where all students would be able to have language access. And we talked about that particularly at Cunha, where, many intermediate schools and middle schools have language electives for all students. So it's a thorny issue. I don't think you're just speaking to what was commented on earlier, both in the comments that we received written from regarding boundaries, or what we've heard from a comment here. This is a thorny issue, and there are always questions about the politics. I will say it, it's the elephant in the room, and I've heard it since I've joined the district, of the immersion program because of the way that that's situated and because of the resources that it demands. So that's probably a subject for another evening.
I have one more, I can't find it, but I was reading it and it made me think I guess I needed more information or clarification. There was one of the findings where it said something about the district having like solid, I don't know if it was on equity or on achievement, but that we as a district are not being held accountable to the results. Does that ring a bell?
It might have been this statement about not everyone feels accountability to sort of follow and kind of the equity policy that is in place.
It was for the equity.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Well, in particular, too, as I recall from seeing it, I can see it in my mind's eye, there was a statement made about a perception that this can be considered a culture of blame instead of a culture of accountability. That is not new to communities. That is not new to school districts. And I would remind, I think I can in my role, again, and I will say this because I prefaced the conversation tonight with it, an equity audit can make people very defensive. Because you start to dig down on what people think, and whoa, these people think that, but these people think that, and what's real, and they're not telling the truth, and this, that, and the other. Or, oh wow, somebody evinces the idea that it's a culture of blame, not a culture of accountability. I'm here to say that I believe that if we are going to, as a community and as a school district, have a more equitable, humane, giving, loving community that provides people with the resources they need to thrive and succeed, coming from different places in life, different backgrounds, different lived experiences, we all have to say it's our collective work as a team. That to me is important. And I do reckon that, in organizations, sometimes there are folks that say, it's that person's job, that's not my job, and it's their fault, it's not my fault. Instead of us being defensive, I hope that we can all invite ourselves as a community, as a district, every staff member, every family member, every student, every community member to say, we can do better by our children, by our families, by our adults, and having an open mind and knowing that we all have an opportunity to contribute to that takes us further than you didn't do this, you did this, it's your fault. But I say that without blame. I say that inviting that upon myself also, that I have to remember and be mindful that this is teamwork. This is all about an organization, and we did this, and I appreciate the board charging us to do this as we look forward to a strategic plan to look at an equity audit and then to be able to make recommendations from that equity audit to tell us things we already know, but to put a stake in the ground and say, survey says.
I just wanted to point out, though, that there is a lot of stuff that we didn't know in this. I was overloaded with info, reading through all this stuff. I think the things we did know, it lines up with it, so it makes us feel good about the data. But there was stuff in there about how we utilize data and how we use it to help affect change. We've never seen data on that before. How students feel. We've never seen data on that before. I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff in there. So I want to call out, this is super helpful. I was impressed with the amount of information in here. and what's being pulled out of here. And I think there's a lot we can do. I mean, it's an overwhelming amount of work. But I think it's going to be where do you prioritize it? And where do you start to make the, most bang for your buck for what's best for helping students to succeed?
I just wanted to just name something for people. I know I go long, but there's an author, Reshma Menachem, author of My Grandmother's Hands. And in the beginning of the book, when you read it, it's explicit. If you are in a white body, you will have certain reactions when you read different pieces of this book. If you are in a black body, you will have different reactions to different pieces of the book. And that's true for all people of color and groups. And so this is where some of the pieces of this equity audit are challenging. And cognitive bias tells us that we want to protect our own personal first perception. And so it takes a little bit of patience on each of our parts to listen to the whole story. And that's a piece. So it's a beautiful book called My Grandmother's Hands, if you want to understand more about cultural bias and generational trauma. It actually has a lot to do with trauma because I'm in a trauma program right now, trying not to create it. But anyways, it's a beautiful book, and just wanted to acknowledge that what we're dealing with for our different populations that are non-white, non-privileged, there truly is generational and societal and cultural trauma that is operating behind the scenes, and this equity audit is just one step trying to help with healing.
So you guys made me think of some other questions and comments, and I wrote down the book because it sounds interesting. So I'll add it to my summer reading list. Might be audiobook as well. But one question, also kind of piggybacking on what you said, Kim, about like the alternatives, and Sean, you spoke to this too, like alternatives, but not necessarily superiority of one program or the other. And I think the immersion is the main program that we can consider that being the situation for in the elementary schools, where families might have, I personally had one kid that went through it when it was not a good fit. And we hear from different families with different conditions that, may or may not be of interest. And I think that it is important to feel like those programs are not objectively superior. And I think the more the students go through middle school and high school, you actually see that even more. In middle school, we primarily see that, I would say, through the leadership program, and the high school as well, where, again, that tends to be seen as like a superior program or a superior class historically. Also tends to be a certain demographic, white females, in both of those levels, and tends to be not necessarily, when students really look to find out about it, although it has a very compelling name, not necessarily the type of opportunity that is objectively superior for a lot of students. So I think as students get older, they get more access, and it's a ton at the high school, the high school level, not just Half Moon Bay High School specifically. And Pilar Citos, of course, is a different kind of format, which I think is perhaps more what hopefully high school formats will shift to. So like right now, we look at AP classes as like the preferred premier thing, right? Like my hope in the long run is that as an educational system, not here, but like with colleges and universities, and even the way GPAs are calculated, it's like you better be in AP classes because otherwise you're not getting the GPA you need for college admissions, right? Like that's the way the system works now, which again, if you look at what AP classes are, isn't necessarily the best solution for every kid. Even the ones that end up taking them and do well maybe would be better served elsewhere. So I think that's where, when you see these kind of subtle things through the ages of K through 12, like things look good, but they aren't necessarily better than other things. And our structures and perceptions somewhat skew that perception, I guess, in a way, right? When you have limited spots for something, it seems like it's better, right? When you have get a 4.5, you get a 5.0 for an A in a class, seems like it's a better class, right? Because you're gonna boost your GPA and get into a better college or whatever. So I think a little bit what we deal with is that kind of broader educational system bias towards, like, frankly, programs that certain demographics of students that we've seen all over this report will do better on. That's because they're just, by nature, in many ways. So I just want to say that too in terms of that kind of perspective.
I would say that's true, and I would also say it's also damning that somehow, if that is sort of a societal norm based on the idea of the logic and grammar of schooling, public schooling, and aiming toward college acceptance, it really is kind of a damning statistic that you have disproportionately higher opportunities for whites, probably socioeconomically advantaged, probably with families who have college educations, getting into advanced placement courses and being furthered in the attainment cycle. It is something we need to look at. Mm-hmm. That said, I look at my colleague, Dr. Contreras, and we have often had debates about advanced placement and the fact that that is this idea that is created by the College Board and is about a test and going through those paces, maybe for college credit, maybe not for college credit. It is exactly why we've tried to create a CCAP program, a community college access program at the high school so you can actually take community college classes while you're there. It is exactly why this district now has a more liberal, progressive concurrent enrollment access, but we still need to get more students there that are unrepresented in college access. And that is what the equity audit confirms over and over again. It is also the case that it is damning data for us to see again tonight, as we've shown you before, that we've been called out by the Office of Civil Rights, as have many districts in the county, that we have a disproportionate level of suspension or identification for special education, particularly for Latino males in this district. Mm-hmm. That's problematic. And if you looked at it, how that nexus ties into socioeconomics, again, bottom line, we need to do better simply to make sure that every student is supported to be on a pathway to college and career. I'm just going to close with this. You know, there have been discussions in the past about Future Farmers of America and Ag Science at the high school. Ag Science at the high school is a UC A-to-G approved class. I've heard people in the past say, well, you know, career technical education, it's for those kids who aren't going to go to college, right? They need something else. No. Career technical education, if you finish a pathway, actually leads to a higher preponderance of you attending college and completing college. So for our students who are involved in career technical education, we need to give kids meaningful, engaging, real-world skills. And sometimes career technical education does that through project-based learning. Sometimes it does it by pointing them to careers. There are so many good things we're doing, but there is so much work we have ahead that every school district has ahead to deliver on the promise of making college and career access available to every student, no matter their background, and no matter their ethnicity, no matter their race, no matter anything.
And can I add something I think that's really exciting to see coming to the Half Moon Bay High School in Cunha? And I know there's a version of it, Cunha has a different name, but I can't remember. But the Half Moon Bay High School bringing on Link Crew as a program, which is a mentorship program where I believe seniors will be taking incoming freshmen under their wing. That, to me, that's like an amazing actual leadership opportunity where, you know, again, we're creating meaningful, more broadly accessible, truly like learning and growth oriented opportunities for our students in innovative ways. And I think that's like, things like that are really awesome. So
well, also we'll provide more student voice.
Oh, web?
And
Web.
you'll see it right behind Ms. Laura's head
Oh, that's
over
Web
there.
C. Oh, I was wondering what that was. Okay, so they've already started. And also about the student voices, yes, that is an area I'm super passionate about, and I agree with middle schoolers, it's like, they're just blurting things out because they don't know they're not supposed to. So in general, it is nice to be getting, which is great, because then it's like you get the raw feedback without like that self-censoring. So I think that is really nice to be able to continue getting, so it's great to hear that like we're doing it through the, you did it to some extent through the surveys, and hopefully we'll continue to do it. But also I think that just like that principle should be, again, just embedded in MTSS Tier 1 in all we do. And I can just commend Half Moon Bay High School for when they did the, well, I guess it was like with Carlene, did the we did the walk around the high school Safe Routes to School audit. We had a student there and he was super outspoken. So it was really, I think it's, again, it's like not just about having one committee or one thing, but it's like in everything that we do we have a student there? Or do we have a couple students there that will represent the voice, not just always the leadership kids, because that is a select particular group, but relevant to that topic, are we pulling in students? And just making it part of just the everyday in the classroom type of activities where, as Lizette said, kids feel empowered to speak up and, to feel safe, and not necessarily that they're going to get what they want. That's like not real life, right? But to really feel heard and respected and say, hey, I hear you and thank you. I think that's important. Two things too on the report. One, just about the educator diversity. I think the progress on the administrative side is really important because I think that's kind of where you have to start. And then as much as the broader pipeline across the state allows to have that trickle down to the educator workforce in the classroom, I think that's a promising start in that direction. And also I appreciate all throughout the report how you address gender, not only boys versus girls, which is sometimes a sensitive analysis to do. People don't, maybe it's like less comfortable, I don't know, but we don't see that as much. So I appreciated those comparisons because I think often then you can see within larger groups where the support is really needed. And also around non-binary and LGBTQ students, I think that's also really important because again, something not everyone's comfortable even talking about, and so sometimes it gets ignored, and that's part of what we're hearing from our students is not good, right? Like that you kind of got to address it. You can't just avoid it because you're uncomfortable. We need to learn, the ways that we can be supportive for our students. So, and also just what one of you guys said about like when a student sees someone else being mistreated, they're compassionate, they hurt too, right? So it hurts to see somebody next to you being treated poorly. You feel sad for them, you feel sad for yourself, you feel sad for like your environment and your class. So I think it just does have that effect. So anyway, you guys give me more food for thought, so. All right, any other questions or comments? All right, otherwise we'll close out, and thank you so much food for thought, and we're looking forward to meeting with you like much of the day tomorrow on more kind of next steps for strategic planning.
In 11 hours and 43 minutes.
Yes, less than 12 hours. We'll see you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Laura.
Thank you. Okay, are you next? Okay, I have to get back on my agenda. Okay, so while Leticia goes up there, because she knows she's next, I'll scroll to the item at hand, which is the item 5C 2023-24 Local Control Accountability Plan and Local Control Accountability Plan Local Indicator Report Approval.
Good evening, President Lane, Governing Board, colleagues, community, Dr. McFetridge. So I'm here today. Today I am not, since I already presented the overall LCAP last meeting, today I'm here with the LCAP Local Indicator Report, which is a mandated report that has to be presented to you, to the Governing Board. And I'll go ahead. I also wanted to just point out that there, as we mentioned in the previous board meeting, and I'll mention it again today, and it's also on the board memo written in there. San Mateo County Office of Education continues to give us feedback, sometimes even throughout the summer. This has happened every year that we've presented to you the LCAP. They did give us some budget feedback, and those changes, we were able to implement those changes. That revised LCAP is available to the public in the back and will be posted tomorrow along with our superintendent feedback comments on the website for the public to access electronically should they wish. Keep in mind that I have not yet seen or received our programmatic feedback. If there are significant changes, we will bring it back to you, but most likely via a consent item. Typically, there are small changes, so you may see the LCAP again sometime in August when we return back from the summer break. Okay. Rosie, I'm not sure. There. Okay. And so basically, the California dashboard is one of our main hubs of where we obtain more year-to-year based data, and we measure our growth. We have two types of performance indicators in the LCAP. We have the state performance indicators and then the local performance indicators. Tonight, I'm here to present to you the local performance indicators. And basically, these indicators are measured and we meet the objective just by presenting you our cycles of inquiry and our goals towards achieving the goal. We may not meet our goal, but just by presenting to you our goal and demonstrating to you our actions to increase and meet the goal, you are going to see a green box that says objective met. In the California dashboard, you are going to see this gauge from red being the lowest level of performance, orange being the second lowest, yellow being in the middle, green being higher performing, and blue being highest performing. Also wanted to point out that still, this is post-COVID-19, the California Department of Education has not been able yet to sync up the data. So we're not the only organization that has a hard time to have the data catch up to make sure that we're able to appropriately measure growth. So you're going to see in the California dashboard data along with the LCAP that we are measuring status quo, and we're starting again as a baseline, and the growth for this year is very low, low, medium, high, and very high. So we're not going to see colors this year, but next year that data will catch up to California dashboard, and we will again bring to you the gauge of colors of the rainbow. Okay. On this slide, you're going to see on the left the 6 state indicators, and these were presented to you last board meeting. Tonight, I'm here to present the 5 local indicators, which are priority 1, 2, 3, 6, and 7. These priorities are measured locally, either through qualitative or quantitative feedback, our own goals, and measuring those growth areas. So the first priority are our basic conditions. I do want to thank our Pupil Services and Personnel Department, Bianca Forrester, Jackie Sullivan, Mike Carey, James Barnes, because this whole team helped in making sure that we pulled the accurate data and that I'm presenting here tonight. So for priority 1 basic conditions, we use EPICS, which is the personnel database. And our objective is to sustain a less than 5% misalignment of teacher vacancies that are either incorrect or have no credentials or not highly qualified. Sometimes not highly qualified may, sometimes teachers come in with not having, it's what we were talking about earlier, the BCLAD, or the bilingual certification as part of the credential, because now all California teachers are required to have a bilingual certification. Here you are going to see that for this year, We did have 0 misassignments of teachers of English learners. We did have a percentage of students, 0% of students that did not have access to their own copy of materials and supplies. And we had about 5 sites that, because we also use, in order to determine the basic conditions, not only is the basic conditions, the way I see it and the way that Dr. Contreras has taught me in the past is every child in a public school at Cabrillo Unified should have a credentialed teacher, should have facilities that are in good conditions, and should have a textbook, the basic conditions to running a school. And then we have kind of the equity tree, right, with the additional steps. But here for priority 1, we're talking about the basic conditions. And the last measurement that we have here is our fit report and facilities, and are they in good condition? So they, right now, we do have 5 who are not in the middle ranking of the fit report that is completed annually at our school sites. But as you saw tonight and the previous board meetings, and with Dr. Contreras' and Dr. McFetridge's work in moving forward with expenditures of the bonds and improving facilities, we do know that this condition will improve in the next couple of years because we are upgrading at upgrading facilities at Fairlawn View, at El Granada, and somewhat also Half Moon Bay High School. I believe we will complete some of that work here. Okay, the next slide, priority 2, implementation of state academic standards. In this, on this slide, we are looking at core and supplemental materials as an area of measurement. We are using the vehicle of multi-tiered systems of support as a framework, and we continue to unpack MTSS in all of the work that we do. We are, as we move forward, we are looking, once we look at our strategic plan, we are looking at possibly forming and merging some of our committees into a DEI committee, a diversity, equity, and inclusion committee, instead of having standalone committees like our LGBTQ group, our Latinx Roundtable, our other curriculum advisory committees are also important to be all together and create one voice. So that's what our goal would be next year, to develop a diversity, equity, and inclusion group. We have already fully implemented an SST manual for staff. And as I mentioned earlier, we're looking at improvement science and looking at, in order to design the tier 1 instruction and make sure that our students are receiving the best instruction the first time that they receive it, with the core content that we're upgrading. We are looking at core instructional minutes and defining how many minutes of instruction under each Common Core standard. We also have adopted a science curriculum and a secondary math curriculum this year. And so we have met this objective. Priority 3 is around parent engagement. Here we did use Panorama Survey and California Healthy Kids survey, and we did receive 320 parent participants using the anonymous Panorama Survey. We might still have that 10%, I guess, factor of maybe having some parents complete more than one, but hopefully not. But we did see no decrease or increase in regards to barriers to engagement compared to last year. In school climate, also no decrease or increase. Around family engagement, we did see a slight increase in us being able to engage our families a little more this school year. And then here you're also going to see the participation and attendance in our various committees. And these were the committees that maybe we want to merge into a DEI committee. And the way we measured the priority 3 parent engagement is using a self-assessment tool in these 2 areas, building relationships between school staff and families, and building partnerships for student outcomes. And some of the actions are to continue to further develop parent committees and be strategic in regards to parent events at the school side, but also training our staff to go out into the community and give the services in the community, not necessarily waiting for the parents to arrive at our school site. So basically a hybrid model of parent engagement, and then analyzing survey data as well as equity data and conversations with our families. And we did meet that objective. Okay, priority 6 is around school climate. The way that we measured this local indicator was using the Healthy Kids Survey, and we compared 21-22 to 22-23, and we did have a high participation rate of our students, and this is the survey where we are asking our 5th grade and 7th grade students their perspective on school climate. This is the first year I do want to applaud James Barnes, because this is the first year that we did implement the survey in 5th grade. And so school connectedness, we did see a slight decrease in 5th grade. Actually, across the board, we saw a decrease in school connectedness. Academic motivation, it kind of was not a significant increase. It stayed about the same. The caring adult relationship, there mainly in 5th, 7th, and 11th grade, there was a decrease. And school perception of feeling safe, there was an increase between the 2 school years in 5th grade, decrease in 7th, and in 9th grade, a slight increase, and a slight increase in 11th grade.
Is that with the same cohort, or is it from like 5th grade this year, 5th grade last year to 5th grade this year? If it's
No,
a
it's
different
not.
cohort.
It's not cohort. It's the same grade.
Okay,
And
so
again-
it's fixed, so it's a different population of students coming through there. So we're kind of comparing apples and oranges.
Kim, I think it's an important point, and it's one that you've brought up previously, and it's one that I've heard over the years many times. It is unfortunate that the California Healthy Kids Survey is locked in particular grades, so you're not getting the class of 2023 taking it this year and last year. You're getting the class of 2023 taking, or in this case, the 11th graders class of 24. You're getting them taking it, and next year you'll get the class of 25. So it is exactly that. It's skewed. It's not, you can't really, and it's the problem with performance data across the United States and performance data across the state of California. It's flawed.
But the fact that we are looking at the data allows us to meet the objective, because we will continue to work with our site principals to ensure that we're just unpacking the data as these 5th graders are moving into middle school, 7th graders going into 8th grade. We want to make sure that we unpack and use our own qualitative, quantitative data measures to improve these areas of school connectedness, academic motivation, and the caring adult relationship.
It begs the question for me, what would be ways that we could figure out, other ways to figure out school connectedness? For example, we were just talking about Link Crew at the high school. We were talking about the web here at Cunha, and these are ways to get students more connected, older students with younger students. And you would think that that would make it so that schools will be perceived more safely, that they will feel more connected. Maybe not so much about caring adult relationship, but about connectedness to other students and to their school. So But it begs the question, what are other ways to do this? We use the Healthy Kids Survey because we're demanded to use the California Healthy Kids Survey.
Yes, we are required to use it. Optional in fifth grade, but we thought it was important to hear our elementary student voice. Okay, priority 7, access to broad course of study. In here, we looked at registrar records. The objective was to measure progress, to see how students, if students are registering or taking A through G coursework. And we did see a 3.5% increase of students overall taking A through G coursework. And these are just some of the other areas that we're looking, courses that meet UC, CSU. I know our dual enrollment and concurrent enrollment efforts have increased the college course access for our students. And we definitely met this objective. I know that we just confirmed yet another grant this year. I think this year we have clocked in, I think, over $1 million in grants. This is for a middle college, and this grant will definitely help us continue to increase the pathways so that our students can have access to broad course of study.
Can you go back that slide?
Yes.
I can't help myself.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. I will also say here that when I look at that 56% number, and we just looked at the data about who's reaching UC to A to G, and we know the disparities based on, did your family members go to college? Are you socioeconomically disadvantaged or not? Are you a particular ethnicity or not? Are you male or not? Female, whatever. When you look at all that, I look at that 56%, I think that's not great. That is not good. We need to improve that to have a college and a college-going culture. That said, I also want to say that college-going culture needs to start with us doing more educational outreach with families, which is what Bianca was talking about earlier. Leticia, you've talked about this. We need to let people know why UC to A to G requirements are important, because some people understand it and some people don't know it, and it is not easy to understand. So we need to do a better job of educating our families, and we also need to educate our students about why it's important. And at the end of the day, this is a struggle. It's a struggle to improve those numbers. I am heartened to see that it has increased 3.5% in a year, but that number needs to be far higher than that.
Yes, so thanks for saying that, because when you look, and we actually presented this because we're required to present and obtain feedback with DLAC, and I compared the broad course of study, this growth marker, compared to the graduation rate, which is at 93 and 95% on average. So if it depends which classes you're looking at. If you're looking at graduation rates for Cabrillo with just the regular graduation rates, we're doing pretty well, 95, 93, 94, 95%. But when we're looking at the A through G graduation, it is 50%, like Dr. McFetrich said, and it's not really a good, we need to do some work in this area to ensure more of our students and families know, because our parents at the high school, because DLAC was at the high school, we must have had 35 parents, 0 parents knew what the difference was between A through G and high school graduation. But Bianca and I are working with the high school, with Principal Andy Boysen, in developing just an entire plan in making sure that the outreach goes out in different modalities to increase our parent knowledge. But with that, again, Bianca and I have these conversations where it can't start at the high school. It needs to start at elementary. Our parents in elementary need to know, hey, here are some of the pathways and this is what you need to do. So definitely, even though the objective, you're right. So thank you, Dr. Murphy. The objective was met, but there is a lot of work that has already started in this area to increase the A through G percentage.
Well, I mean, we have to create a website presence. We have to do videotapes. We have to do it in English and in Spanish. And then we need to go where people live and do workshops on this. And there's just so much to do, but this one is an important piece, I think. Then the other thing too is you could like create a lockstep thing where you go to the high school and guess what? You're not graduating unless you complete these requirements. That could have an adverse effect too because it can push people out. So it is really a challenging thing. I mean, the attainment structure in the United States is very challenging, in California, very challenging.
And as we mentioned, yes, a lot of this data is there's always room for growth mindset, lifelong learning. So we're not waiting until December 23. That's where typically the California Department of Ed will publish the data for the CASP and all our other state indicators. But we have already begun to prioritize the gap areas. And we want to continue to focus objectives on growth as the years move forward. And I'm looking forward to coming back in August to present to you our key indicators of growth. Because we'll be looking at different data points between TK all the way to 12th grade and make sure that we set up our own little dashboard at Cabrillo that can measure that growth. And then data points, because again, when you really look at data, the most important data is that formative assessment data. Those assessments that occur on a daily, weekly, at most couple of weeks, because we can't just measure data one time a year. And that really is the work that we have ahead of us. Using our adopted curriculum and helping our staff in pulling the assessments that really will measure growth and that they are aligned to our California dashboard. Any questions? I think that's the last slide.
Before you go to questions, I just want to remind the board, this is an action item. You received a report 2 weeks ago on the LCAP. You received in this package not just the LCAP indicators, but the overview for parents. And as I understand it, we are asking the board to approve the LCAP as written tonight. Is that right, Dr. Bhatia?
That is correct.
Thank you.
To approve the LCAP and the presentation of the local indicators.
At which point I would ask the board to motion to approve if you see fit, so that
moved.
you can do that before you discuss.
Second.
Thank you, Kimberly, and thank you, Mary Beth.
Questions, comments?
Thank you for all the work. I appreciate everything that you've, all the work that you've done to look at the bigger picture and not only stop there, but see in ways to improve. Because sometimes it's easy just to try and figure out what we're doing and check the boxes, but just to see you figure out how, just to hear you say about the A through G requirements. You heard Bianca, and you were at one of these community outreach for just informing parents of the boundary changes, and you had graduates who didn't know themselves how they did it, right? So that's so important. And as parents, we need to know, what our kids are going to be going into and options, because that was one of the one of the things that was put out there for more parent involvement with families and about intervention opportunities available, and just informing community and letting them know is I think is an opportunity in itself. So thank you for everything. Always, like always, do a great job. Thank you.
I was going to thank you as well. Of course, this is helpful, and it's a nice follow-up to the main presentation from last time, too. For me, a couple things that stood out are around the school climate, though. And yes, it's not looking at cohort-based, but still directionally speaking, most of those results were trending downward from last year to this year, which is actually pretty concerning because you would have hoped for some improvement, if not stability, from the first year post-pandemic to the second year post-pandemic. So I appreciate your comments, Sean, about like kind of digging into that further to not only look at different ways that students are expressing connectedness, but even looking at like self-reported perceptions of their connectedness. Like, how is what we're doing helping connectedness, and how is what we're doing maybe not necessarily helping connectedness, although we think it is? So just even in terms of like school culture and what kids see being honored and what kids don't see being honored. When we have a fairly traditional kind of mainstream culture, a lot of kids are going to feel disconnected from that because it's 2023. Like, it's the things we grew up with aren't necessarily cool, and connecting, maybe they weren't for some of us at that time either, but like, you know, I think just the thinking about that, kind of the more traditional cultural phenomena that we have and how that may or may not resonate with kids these days.
There might be some mental health aspects to that as well.
Which would suggest that it's potentially worsening, right? If things are getting worse, or if they're being less connected. So I think that's a really good point. So I appreciate your comments about that. You made a comment about, I had 2 other questions. You made a comment about middle college getting a grant, or can you tell us a little bit more about that? Or getting a grant for middle college, I guess is what you said.
Yeah, 250,000, we just, and this is for, to increase opportunities for, its concurrent enrollment. It could potentially be some middle college where I mean, with 250,000, we can't possibly open a middle college. But in the grant that it was Israel Castillo, James Barnes, Martha, myself, and Bianca Forrester, we put together this grant, and I think the high school also applied for, we haven't heard back about the high school grant, but it's $250,000 over a course of 4 years to provide increased opportunities for concurrent enrollment for our students. So this is work that we have already begun, and some of it could include potentially sponsoring students to attend a community college under the middle college umbrella, and also possibly the grant was really focused on some coordination of allowing or determining how students can access can increase access to concurrent enrollment.
Okay.
But we're really talking, I mean, 200, what is it? It's not really a lot of money, 250 over the course of 4 years, but it's something, it is something.
60,000 a year.
I just want to say too, look, staff, this team has done great work in identifying grants and applying for those grants and getting grants, even when they thought it couldn't happen. So I'll give you kudos to Dr. Bhatia. She applied with others for the Community Hub, Community Schools Grant. 1 year, didn't get it. This year, we said, do it again. And she's like, really? We didn't get it last time, we're not gonna qualify. You got it. So thank you, Dr. Bhatia, for like enduring that and doing that. I mean, Israel Castillo and you and James Barnes, you haven't met a grant application, okay, you tell me you like it, I know you probably don't like it, it's not fun to write these grants. On this one with the dual enrollment, it could take the place of early college, middle college. The concept here is they applied at Half Moon Bay High School and at Pilarcitos. Half Moon Bay High School has a CCAP agreement. They are trying to build college classes offered on the campus, and they have policies by which kids now are getting less gatekeeping and opening up the doors to taking college classes concurrently. We want to try to deliver more of that at Pilarcitos in particular. To make that more of a school of choice, more an alternative school, and less as the place of no last resort. So I appreciate Mr. Barnes and you and Israel applying for that grant, getting that grant.
Yeah, that's great, and I think that's exactly what we were talking about earlier in terms of kind of opening up new doors that may have even more desirable opportunities for students and more access for those students to reach those opportunities too.
It is 9:46. We would entertain a motion to go past the 10 p.m. curfew. Sorry to drive this point home.
Are we taking?
Oh, yeah.
More comments or do,
Yeah, we could do it between.
sorry, are,
We can
we can
let's
finish
just take a
this?
quick let's take a quick motion, just so we don't forget.
I mean, we stop by 10:30.
So are you making a motion to extend till 10:30?
I'll make a motion to go to 11, just in case we're not done, because I want to get it done.
We've got to be back in the morning, and I've got other things I've got to do that are time critical.
Okay, well-
So I'd appreciate us getting through this.
Someone's got a second, either me or Kim.
I'll second Mary Beth just to give us the flexibility so we don't have to do it again, but we can definitely, yeah, if you need to leave, you go ahead. We'll still have quorum.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so,
I'm making my notes, we need to take vote.
Mary, sorry.
Mary
yeah,
Beth and
vote.
Sophia for 11.
Yes.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. It passes 5-0.
And my last comment is about the A to G requirements. I think Sean and I have had extensive conversations about that, and so many people have had extensive conversations with me about that. And I think that is, I'm grateful to see that you're making that a focus, because again, that's another kind of evolving gold standard where it's not just about AP, but it's about access to A to G classes, many of which are advanced as well. So I think there is definitely overlap between those two things. And I don't say to throw AP out the window, to just be perfectly clear, but around the A to G being kind of a emerging gold standard is really helpful. And also how you spoke to and how we've talked a lot about the process pieces, that it's not about things costing more or adding more things. Sometimes you do need to do that in terms of more education around course selection, because if families don't know, then they don't know, right? And students don't know. But even about process for course selection, and the 8th graders are definitely a big opportunity, because they are, I think most people would agree, flying a little bit blind in choosing their 9th grade classes.
So just to make a through line from board appreciation and my note at how significant this is, and Dr. Bhatia's note how significant this is, I sense a direction and a request from the superintendent to the assistant superintendent to work with Andy Boysen and Mr. Barnes to bring this back in the coming school year, so that they will discuss the work that they're doing on educating their students and families more about the UCA to G process. Wait for it, there's more, the concurrent enrollment process, and the third piece, which I think is a growing pain for us that we've been trying to get to, is the PE exemption process. So I know Dr. Bhatia, being as linear as and methodical as she is like taking notes that we are doing this work. I think we need to bring that back so that the public hear it at the board meeting, if anybody watches these things, but also that the board understands that we have been doing this work. I think that's important.
That'd be great to know. I would just be clear that not just about the communications to families about that, but about the internal process improvements around that. How do we identify students that need summer school? Because it's not just about Fs, that will be a prohibitive step towards graduation potentially, but A to G, D doesn't count. So how can we address the challenge when students are getting Ds, especially if they kind of slip to the D at the end of the semester? There are gaps that like that students are falling through, that is prohibiting them from meeting A to G requirements, and also prohibiting them from in certain lines of courses of study, like mathematics especially, or in language sometimes as well, and especially foreign language, and ELD, I would presume, prohibiting their being able to kind of hit the ground running when school starts in the fall if they barely scrape by the previous class. So I would put that on the radar as well, as kind of exactly what you said, but not just communication, including, communication and other internal process improvements, adding in bits about how do you make sure kids are ready for the next step and that we're catching them. So I know there's a lot going on in terms of tutoring and things like that, but I think, this gap in the summer could be an opportunity as well. And again, especially, I know we're super budget conscious, but there are probably some lower cost things that we can do that maybe even our investments up front that save us expenses and staff time later in trying to remediate.
Or investigate ways for students to take concurrent enrollment to satisfy those requirements and replace negative grades.
Yeah, that's an option too. Yes, some other substitute both for the grade and for the learning. So yes, that would be great to come back with all of that with your colleagues. Who I know
I'm on that.
Who I know are working really hard on this, just to be really clear.
All right. And actually, just last week, we were discussing some of these three goals with both high school principals and Israel Castillo. So we definitely can come back early fall with just an overview of what's happening and how are we moving forward.
Thank you very much. All right, any other comments, questions? Otherwise, we'll go to vote.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. It passes 5-0.
Thank you so much, Leticia.
Now, Dr. Contreras will present on the adoption of the CUSD budget for the fiscal year 23-24. And you will have heard a presentation on this last meeting 2 weeks ago also, so.
Item 5D, thank you.
Statute requires that you approve the LCAP, and that the status where we are right now is that Leticia and I brought the public hearing for the LCAP, and it is a dynamic document that is getting to be until the approval today, and will continue until the County Office of Education checks up on it. Now, it is a requirement that right behind it, we also bring to you an approval of the budget. So now this is that moment. And the information that we presented to you before, it's also pretty similar to this. Rosie, can you help me? Okay. Okay. Well, just a little bit more of information. This graph that I borrowed from Capital Advisors basically is telling you that the revenues that the state was expecting are not happening. So those are the big gaps. The top one is what we were expecting back in January. The second one is that the January, I'm sorry, the first one is the one that we were expecting prior to last year, and then now we were, the middle one is from January, and then the bottom one is the one that we are thinking that we are getting now. So this is basically the messages the state is not receiving is anticipating the revenue that it was expecting.
I can't help but note that on that slide, it does give you a descriptor of the problem that people think I am lying about. So I just want, for the good of the order, to say that is not our slide. That is the slide from Capital Advisors that advises all districts. The general fund revenues and the allocations to school districts across the state will be less than what was anticipated.
So
I didn't make it up.
Knowing that, these are the numbers that you know that we feed the LCFF calculator with, and I have given you this information. This is what we had, and the reason why I put in there in red that concentration grant that we do not get because of the students that we do not serve. We're not serving, our counts of unduplicated students is not high enough to receive a concentration grant. And the TK add-on that we do not receive if we are a an LC, basic aid district. So I just wanted to make the board aware that we calculate the LCFF, and I went in detail last time about how this happens, but we also have heard about the notion that there are cuts to the one-time block grants that we were anticipating to get, and I had brought to the board how we were going to be accounting for that, and I asked for permission to help me use some of those funds to pay some of our H&W, our health and welfare. I had asked for that, and you grant me permission, but that is dwindling. That we don't know exactly what it is going to be. That I also brought to you the first interim where it was approved as qualified based on the numbers that we had, and the second interim, which had all the activity up to January 31st, that we brought in as qualified, and then two qualifieds get another third interim that I brought to the board in May, on May 30th, and by that time, that third interim, it's qualified as negative. But life has to keep on going, and we need to serve our students, continue to serve our students. Where are we in the financial reports? I had given you this graph before. We are at the very end. We're adopting a budget and an LCAP tonight. After we had the public hearings, we had conducted the public hearings, and the public has had the opportunity to look at our budget since June 9th, and they have been looking at, the LCAP has been available to the public. We had an LCAP, a public hearing as well. So I want to bring attention to, on the packet, you do have on the Form 01, the 2022-23 estimated actuals, and then the next two columns are the budget itself. So it's important that those two are the estimated actuals and the adopted budget, which is what I'm asking. So the assumptions have not changed since the last time that I brought it to you. This gives you a description of what COLA we're accounting for each one of the years, of what the different STIRs and PERS are, all fed into the LCFF calculator. Into the LCF calculator also what students we are serving and what data looks like, and how do we project that our students are, the number of students that we're serving is declining. And this is the actual LCFF calculator that anticipates the revenue. I had provided to you in yellow the anticipated 23-24 revenue, and the 8.22 calculation of our COLA, which renders basically at the end of everything, are we going to be anticipating to be a basic aid next year or not? So we know we are LCFF this year for multiple reasons that I have discussed with the board before, and now we anticipate it to go into basic aid. So that LCFF calculator then gets us to something very similar to what I shared with you on May 30th, that we are having a challenge to make our basic 3% this year, next year, and the following year. For that reason, the board received a letter from from the county that is describing this that I had just spoke about, and then what the next steps are, which basically that we are to work closely with them so that we can come up with a plan, to bring to a plan to the board, that the board takes a resolution that indicates that it's directing us to work on this plan. So for this situation that I have brought to the board before, Rosie, can you help me? Okay. What I already told the board before on May 30th, what measures we had begun to take to mitigate our situation, which was the journaling of expenditures, the using of some of the one-time funds, and getting to use some of the 2 grants, anticipating those 2 grants that I got permission from the board to apply to our health and welfare and any operational, other operational expenditures. Even though we had achieved 2.1 million, we still had the situation that I just described. Because of that, the situation that we cannot make by about 700,000 our required 3% reserve, I am asking to the board to approve this upcoming budget with a negative certification because we're not having the 3% reserve that is required by statute, by law. So you have approved the LCAP. Now I'm asking to approve the budget with a negative certification, and the next steps are, as delineated in the letter that the board received, we need to work on a recovery plan, and that we need to then bring a resolution to the board authorizing, not authorizing, requiring that we work on a plan for to get ourselves back into solvency and make the 3%, So with that, I will take any questions.
We do need a motion from the board before you can start with questions.
Before I make a motion, what happens if we refuse to approve it? Will it go away?
If
So moved.
Good try.
So moved. Motion. I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you, Lisette, for the motion. Thank you, Kimberly, for seconding.
No questions, just thank you. You've been doing a really great job keeping us apprised since you started here years ago. Kind of all along the way, kind of where we are, what we can expect, what we know, what we don't know. And there's certainly a lot of unknowns, but directionally, we know we've been running kind of on empty for the car, and we kind of knew we might not make it to the next gas station. And when you're running on fumes, the gas station's a little farther than you thought, or you had a little less gas than you thought. Like, these are variables that happen when you're driving, and when you're driving a car constantly with the gas like nearing the bottom of the tank, you become more prone to these kind of catastrophic situations, and it could be pretty damaging depending on the type of engine that you have. So I'm not looking forward to working with all our partners, County of Office of Ed, and they're wonderful people. Vic Matt, I know, will be coming back as well. But we need to, get things back on track. And it's hard because we're constantly running on fumes. So it's kind of the nature of it, and I don't think anyone's surprised.
Well, by that you mean having no savings buffer.
Yeah. That's kind of what I think that's the challenge is when things, you can weather the storms and you have a little bit of a cushion. So we knew with running with no cushion, we weren't going to weather the storms very well, and uncertainty brings storms oftentimes. Usually, more often than not, eventually there's a storm that comes. So here we are. We've managed through it before. We'll manage through it again. The numbers are probably a little bit more challenging now, but it's also coming off the wave of like unprecedented restricted funding through COVID. So probably some corrections we can make there. I know you're doing a lot of behind the scenes stuff to try to, like you said, push things to restricted fundings where appropriate. We're going to have more efficiencies, and that's not always going to be fun or comfortable. And all this stuff that we would love more support on, like a billion things, like every meeting we hear, we'd love more of this, we'd love an extra teacher for that. Like, that's great, so would we all, but we're kind of in the reverse mode right now in terms of really bringing those two numbers closer to alignment than they are right now. So I'm comfortable, we can do it. It won't be fun, but not our first rodeo, as people like to say.
In all
Maybe
seriousness,
Carmen's technically, but you'll be fine.
in all seriousness, though, I want to say thank you for all the work that you do. I mean, there's so many hours that you've put into this, and not just making it clear, but not just doing your job, but making it clear and being transparent. You've always been very approachable, very transparent, and just making it easy to understand for people like me that sometimes I don't understand it as much. I really want to thank you for doing this, because it's not a lot of people know this. I mean, you work really hard, and it's a pleasure to serve in this board when I have people like you who work so hard and are so dedicated to doing the right thing. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. We just work for children and their families.
I will just say, too, Dr. Contreras should be lauded for the time he spends with budget advisory committees. There is a whole other set of work he does on Wednesday nights. Usually I'm coming out of the office at 7 and he's still there, and I go in and he's like, not now, not now. So I appreciate that. That work will continue as we work to prioritize. Look, this is going to be an ongoing thing. As Dr. Contreras always says, this is a point in time. Things change. Things are not static. So things will change going forward. Assumptions that we had last year were proven wrong. Projections we had last year were proven wrong. Now we have to adjust. We will have other assumptions and projections. It is unlikely that they will always be perfect either, and they're not always from us. So Dr. Contreras, thank you always for having your calm, stable sensibility. You too, Dr. Bhatia, through the ambiguities and challenges of improvement of our budget and our curriculum. I appreciate you so much.
Yeah, just to add to that too, I think, there are things that cause budget situations to change. Some of it's out of our control, some of it's in our control. So I think whenever we come to a point like this where we have to be honest and say, right now, it's not looking good. So we hope for the best and, cross our fingers that good things will happen outside of us and kind of help remedy the situation. But also, we will proactively do the work to fix it. And that's how you avert the crisis actually devolving into a disaster, right? So we are in crisis, there's no doubt about it. But, how do we avoid disaster? That's where the work comes in. So I'm grateful, I'm hopeful, and
I just wanted to reinforce a theme that came up in the equity audit and that I think will be a theme going forward, which is I'm willing to accept blame, but, and there are parts of this that my colleagues have heard that I feel like can be attributed to decisions I've made personally as a superintendent of this district. And I'm willing to hear that and reflect on that. I'm also willing to stand up and take accountability going forward, to work with my colleagues and to understand that part of this job is hearing those kind of things and moving forward for the benefit of the collective and the community, and knowing that we're in a bad spot. We've been in a bad spot before. Things will change, but we have to change them. So that's where we're accountable. And I appreciate so much that the board also has shown the accountability in talking to people about the budget, explaining the realities of it, and continuing the dialogue and communication about it.
Okay, so if no further questions or comments, we'll go to vote.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. It passes 5-0.
Thank you, Rosie. All right, item 5E, 5E, adoption of fiscal year-end resolution number 13-2023, approving budgetary increases and transfers at year-end. Jesus.
Members of the board, this is an accounting procedure to close the books. The next two resolutions is for you to give me the authorization to move some of the transfers, end-of-year transfers, to close the books so that we can bring to you the audited actuals in September. So this is a resolution.
Thank you, Kimberly, for the motion. Thank you, Lisette, for seconding that.
Questions or comments? All right, so we'll go to vote for E.
This is a resolution, so we require roll call. Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly? Aye. Carmen? Aye. Lisette? Aye. Mary Beth? Item passes 5-0.
Okay, and then 5F, adoption of fiscal year-end resolution number 14-2023, appropriating ending balance to a reserve.
This is another accounting technique where we can bring all of the into the reserve the end balances so that we can go back for the following year. So it's a resolution also.
We have a motion to approve? Motion to approve. It's weird. It's weird. I'll second it. Okay.
Thank you, Carmen. Thank you, Mary Beth.
It's getting late, I know. We have some more espresso beans. So moved. Questions or comments? Otherwise, we'll go to vote.
Okay, this is another resolution. Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly? Aye. Carmen? Aye. Lisette? Aye. Mary Beth? It passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the board.
And 5G, approval of chief, so this is a Sean item, I guess. Approval of Chief Business Officer contract for the 2023 and 2024-25 school years.
Yes. Do you want me to go up there, or can I present from here? Okay, present from here. 2 years ago, you received a contract, and the district actually went 2 years ago to contracting senior management. Senior management in this regard includes the superintendent. You've always contracted with a superintendent. That is a matter of course in districts in California. But senior management contracts were introduced 2 years ago, and you approved a contract at that time for Dr. Leticia Batia, who was the Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum Instruction, and for Chief Business Officer Jesus Contreras. This year I bring to you, with the help of our Director of People Personnel Services and General Counsel, County Counsel, who worked on renewed contracts. The first one is an approval of Chief Business Officer contract for the 23-24, 24-25 school years. But what you will actually see is that that is now named as Deputy Superintendent of Business Services for a job description, and the contract and the board memo will say Deputy Superintendent of Business Services. In approving this contract, if you do so upon my recommendation, you will note that Dr. Contreras will no longer be known as the Chief Business Officer, but will be known as the Deputy Superintendent of Business Services. It signals two things. One, that when the superintendent is not in the district, whether that be me or some other lucky individual going forward, that the Deputy Superintendent could stand in that place. So we are providing a different title to Deputy Superintendent of Business Services contract. We also found out last year that the salary schedule, and this is the thing that is kind of forward thinking and and good, is that you have a salary schedule for your superintendent, for your assistant superintendent and chief business officer. And placement is based on that, and it gives you a logical rationale, just like salary schedules for all kinds of other employees in the district. So what we determined is, by looking at this, is that there's a salary schedule that says 220 days for the chief business officer, proposed to be the deputy superintendent of business services, but that the contract had said 225. So the change that you're seeing tonight is a change in title from chief business officer to deputy superintendent of business services. It is a 2-year contract renewal, as was done 2 years ago. And also you will see that the days go from 225 to 220. I will note that we did the math. My colleague Rosie helped me with the math. She did the math. And you had a chief business officer who was making less than a director's pay on a daily rate because they were working 225 days. This is not an increase in salary, but it is rectifying a mistake that has long existed in the district with regard to the days of employ for a chief business officer. And thus, I recommend you approve the contract so that we can sort of finalize this last piece of reorganization and righting wrongs of the past and renewing Dr. Contreras' contract for another 2 years. That is my recommendation because I believe he does excellent work, and I have heard you say the same. That's my recommendation. So moved.
Seconded.
Thank you, Kimberly, for the motion. Thank you, Carmen, for seconding the motion.
I just have one quick question. Is the job description, is that newly written up?
You will see the job description, and ostensibly it takes the old chief business officer and renews it, and we've done some comma cop editing and revising, but it is not, it's not very different.
It just looked very inclusive. I wondered. I know you're.
No, well, it was presented to me, and basically.
I thought it was good.
No, we found one legacy existing, you know, I have to look at this and kind of, I have a tick that way. And I saw, oh, it still says chief business officer. Oh, the Oxford comma wasn't used there. So I'm hoping it is close to being.
It just looked very inclusive, and I liked it. I like that our job responsibilities show everything you're doing. So.
Well, I also like, personally, I just want to say that it was something that I asked Dr. Contreras to consider and told him, thank you for considering it and thank you for doing it. I did want to provide parity for the 2 deputy superintendents and make that logical and rational so it didn't seem like one role was any less important than the other when they are basically considered the 2 sides of a house in every superintendent. In every district, you've got a business side of the house and a curriculum instruction side of the house.
I don't know, I'm not, I don't know about those. I didn't know there were different kinds of commas. I thought a comma was a comma, but with my limited knowledge, what I do know is I really thank Dr. Leticia Batia for just working so hard and really just persevering from the beginning. I can't believe it's been 2 years and just 2 years since the last contract. Yeah, and I just, thank you. I thank you, I mean, just having an overall curriculum for elementary and everything else, like the adoption of a science, I mean, all that stuff and more, it's amazing. So thank you. There's no doubt I would totally be for renewing your contract.
Oh, but we are talking about the deputy superintendent.
And I remember when I first started in the board, we didn't have a business chief, and it was like, I can't believe why, it was terrible. So just having a comment saying how we wouldn't consider renewing your contract until we fix other things is, in my mind, in my humble and ignorant mind, is just crazy. And I don't even know how we would function if we didn't have somebody doing the financing. And what a pleasure to have you. And like always, it's always an honor and a pleasure to always have you and talk to you and all your wise wisdom words and just your whole demeanor is amazing. So of course, I completely agree. And I think it's just a formality because you always have worked much more than what's on here. So, I mean, take it easy, okay? Remember.
It is actually, I think, part of Ed Code that you must have a superintendent and you must have someone serving in the chief business officer role, I believe is in the education code. So, and I do thank you for the praise you have given to Dr. Bhatia and Dr. Contreras, Ms. Cortez. And I will say that I echo that praise and count on them as close colleagues who really lead us so admirably, both of them, as you saw tonight and as you see every night. So I'm thank you for saying that about what I hope will be our new Deputy Superintendent of Business Services.
What Lizette said, because I couldn't have said it any better in terms of singing the praises. And of course, we're getting ahead of ourselves speaking about Dr. Bhatia as well in this item. But and I really do appreciate the clarity and the Sean in terms of having kind of both roles as deputies, because then it's super clear, especially in any kind of emergency situation. It's unambiguous now that either one, depending on the situation or who's around, can be your representative if you're not on campus or available or whatever. So I think that's a nice, clean step from the organization as well. And yeah, you guys are indispensable. And so I wish we could do more than the title change, but that's true for so many of our employees and staff and students and families. So thank you for being with us, and thank you for continuing to be with us and surviving through all our trials and tribulations and doing the best that we can with what we have. So, thank you. All right, any other further? +1. No further questions or comments. We'll go to vote for first the Deputy Superintendent of Business Services contract.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. Passes 5-0.
On the next item, I think we've kind of teased this out. You understand this is for parallel structure. You have a Deputy Superintendent of Business Services and a contract now renewed for 2 years for Dr. Contreras in that role. And I am recommending approval of a contract for a Deputy Superintendent of Educational Services to replace the title previously known as Assistant Superintendent with Deputy Superintendent. It's a small change, but again, I want to point this out too. I think I've heard this, I'm just going to say it, from female colleagues in past years. I certainly had the same feeling in Alameda when I was an assistant superintendent. It just sounds like you're an assistant. And I appreciate the idea that we cannot give money to these employees and normally wouldn't as a matter of course as in the form of raises until we gave all teachers and all classified staff and all unrepresented staff raises before we would take those. But I will suggest that I think it is very suitable and very fitting that we can recommend a Deputy Superintendent of Educational Services title for our esteemed colleague, Dr. Bhatia, and I recommend that with presentation of this contract to you tonight.
Second.
Great. All we said, I think, for before, and also to just say how special it is that we have like the two most senior people, aside from the superintendent in our school district, to be of Latino heritage. I think that in Spanish-speaking, native Spanish speakers, I think is really tremendous, and I think that bodes well for all our equity work as well. So I want to put in just an extra plug in for that really special opportunity that we have with you in these leadership roles as well.
Can I just make a quick comment? I never comment, but district office staff is always like left to the side. But we feel very lucky to have Sean, Leticia, and Jesus working with us. The work environment is like very positive now. So even though we are facing challenges, still we feel very positive with them.
That's fantastic, and thank you, Rosie, so much for chiming in on that.
Sorry. I have been in education for 20 years, and Dr. McFetridge is an exemplar leader. In my 20 years of education, I have not seen a leader that really talks the talk and walks the walk. And because of him, I am in this role, and I tell him he's like Michelle Obama. He always opens the door of opportunity and pulls us up. And I agree with Rosie. I've never been in such a positive work environment despite the hardships. And we're a really strong team together. And really, so I thank you, Dr. McFetridge, for the opportunity and for your trust in both Jesus and me.
This was supposed to be about you, Doctor.
Just, Tito, this man knows how to inspire.
I'm humbled by the comments about our team. I think the board is a fantastic board. And I do. And I do think this is a fantastic board of well-meaning individuals. And I do think, and hardworking individuals. And I know that our deputy superintendents make this possible as a team. And it's fitting for me to say at the end of the school year that none of this would be possible without Rosie Acosta, for me personally, who is my right-hand, left-hand person, my conscience, and my unfailing reminder of why I do the work. So I hope you will accept our recommendation, just as you did with Dr. Contreras, to now appoint Dr. Bhatia with another 2-year contract renewal as Deputy Superintendent of Educational Services.
All in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. Passes 5-0.
Now, as much as I would like to get us out of here by 10:28, I believe there was one item pulled from consent to the end of the item. You're very welcome. Meanwhile, congratulations to my colleague, Dr. Bhatia Leticia, and to my colleague, Dr. Contreras. Jesus, thank you very much. Thank you.
I had requests that we pull the PD plan into the general business because it is a really important part of how we support our teacher workforce in particular to align with goals around LCAP and things like that. So I just would love to hear Leticia, just if you could just walk us through a little bit, and if there are areas that you're thinking about that could be incorporated in the future in light of the equity audit. I think certainly as we do the strategic planning, we'll probably, I suppose, revamp things a little bit, but just speak to all that, like maybe, like a quick,
Okay, so I did want to start off by saying that, yes, this is basically at these professional development plans, and you'll see in the board packet, we have an elementary professional development plan and a secondary professional development plan. It consists of our full day back to school training, August 14th, and then aside from that, we have 6 separate, we're now calling these Super Fridays. Now, due to limitations per the contract, the CUTA contract, at most, as a curriculum, it's now, educational services department now, this is all we have available to us to provide professional development. And as you mentioned, Sophia, yes, in light of the equity audit and the recommendations, and in August, September, some of the strategic plan goals and recommendations, we may come back and bring this to you if we need to modify, keeping in mind that out of the 6 trainings that are scattered throughout September and April, 3 are run by the district, by our department, and 3, per the contract, need to be approved by site leadership and the principal. And so for curriculum, for educational services, and it took me a while to change that department title. For our department, we only have 6 hours. So it is very limited, but I'll present to you what topics we felt were super important to begin. So in elementary, we had a hard time in determining should we have a science, elementary science training for elementary teachers, but we also have adopted a new SIS system, Power School, and that's also super important for our teachers to obtain in. So we decided as a team to have a Power School Schoology training. So Power School is the SIS system. Schoology is more the data management system. It would be kind of like the school loop and the parent communication. So we decided across the board to schedule by grade level span and by middle and high school training across the district. Again, the data and being able to train our teachers to manipulate data and get data at their fingertips will be super important. So basically you're going to see it switches from district to site to district to site. At the site level, I'm not going to read everything, but there you're going to have the topics that were voted upon at the individual sites by the site leadership. So all of the site trainings are, and I have to just give praise to the principals and the leadership teams, because all of the topics in the 4 years I've been here have been aligned to different different projects and different initiatives that our department is running that we may not have enough time when we're training district-wide. So here you're going to see a visual arts and performing arts training, the community resilience model at some sites. And it's important also for schools to have that individual choice to analyze what their gaps are in regards to professional development and obtain that. The first training district-wide across the board is Power School Schoology. Then you're going to see the last 2 trainings where we decided to focus on literacy across all content areas, particularly designated and integrated ELD. When we work with a county across the board, this is a group of teacher leaders, principals, district office staff, and the county office. Literacy, but particularly for EL students, was the biggest gap. And you saw in the data where sometimes 0% of our ELs are performing at grade level, depending on different measures, 5%, 7% not performing at grade levels. And our entire team feels this is an important area for us to provide professional development to our staff. Also, Martha Ladd, so I appreciate Martha in just thinking outside the box and differentiating professional development for our education specialists, providing those tier 2 and tier 3 interventions. Let me see, I pulled up elementary and in secondary. Some of the topics that the secondary teams chose were social emotional learning, some CPR training, and super important is the March training, which is the Cunha and Half Moon Bay articulation meetings between teachers. So that's kind of a quick summary. Do you have any questions for me?
I move that we,
Motion to approve?
to approve this plan.
Do we have a second? But this is helpful, and thanks for kind of committing to reviewing it again. And I know it's so limited, the time is so limited. And I know we have other training opportunities around, or new staff that come on board. There's an onboarding program, right? And there are times when staff have opportunities to do their own, I know some of the staff will attend conferences and things like that.
Yes, and the conferences are typically optional. We do have a group of teachers who, when we provide optional training after school, they do show up. But I am going to be honest with you, on the curriculum and instruction side, the budget situation is disheartening for me personally, because I know we can't conferences cost money, training costs money, and so even this summer, we were not able to provide a professional development training, just because we are in a budget situation right now that does not afford us of that. We do have some educator effectiveness grant funds that we are giving 90% of that to the site, so that the site principal can work with their staff to determine how to best expend those funds. But what we are going to do with science, because you did approve a certain amount of funding to go towards science, elementary professional development, and middle school math professional development, is a model that worked with our language arts adoption, even more so than a Super Friday 2-hour sitting get. It was us hiring substitute teachers and bringing in professional, bringing in teachers who are experts in the curriculum, delivering an exemplar lesson, having teachers in the back observe that lesson, and then debriefing. So that's the model that we'll use for the science and math training as we move forward. We might not be able to do all three like we did. We might not be able to give as many trainings as we want, but we're thinking 1 or 2 next year.
That's great, and I think, so it might be to the comment that came up in the equity audit about people don't know there's a professional development plan, maybe somehow having all of that more clear on the website so people can see this is the kind of the start of it, but then there's, just qualitatively speaking, there are all these other threads that are ongoing as well. Like there's a lot of opportunity. My last 2 questions are I know the San Mateo County Office of Education has a very robust professional development program. Are those at cost? They cost as well, right?
Well, yes, they cost, but I guess I do negotiate with the county, and I say we're the second. I think I don't even know where I got this, but we're the second.
Scholarships?
Scholarship. We're the second. We're like a Title I district, and we're one of the lowest funded districts in the county, and most of everything we've gotten for free. All of the trainings, all of the county office. We might have to contract a little, but we do get a lot of training either at a discount or free. But again, it would be either sub-cost to release teachers. So there are all these other hidden costs that come with that. After school, whenever we have given training after school without pay, nobody will arrive. And I always like to see both sides. I understand some of our parents, some of our teachers are young parents. They need to hire for a babysitter. They can't stay. But again, maybe the sub model of training might be the best for us to ensure that everybody's getting equal training across the board.
And my last question was about the back to school welcome event on August 14th. What are your thoughts around that? Do you have a plan for that yet, or kind of direction where that might go?
Well, we've talked about it, and we have actually a meeting next week with the entire team and Corinne from CEF, Bianca, Israel James, myself, and a few other people, and I think and Drew Gamet, our adult school director, to talk about how to promote all of our different TK, right? Bianca talked about promoting TK, promoting registration, the new Power School adoption. Maybe we can even squeeze in some A through G there. And I believe that we're thinking about tables for each school site, but I don't have too many details yet, but I will after we meet next week.
And you're talking about the back to school, like the Make It Main Street.
The Make It Main Street.
I was asking more.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, I was asking more the August 14th.
I have that. I actually have the agenda.
Oh,
sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, I need more coffee beans.
Good.
Are there any more coffee?
We ate them all.
So, yes, that event will include Power School training. It will include an overview of our equity audit findings and our strategic plan. I think it's important for our staff to know the direction moving forward. It also will include some mandated reported training and cite an hour for the principal to have with their site staff.
Okay, that's good. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
No, that's helpful. Okay, any other
I
questions?
had one just little question. I noticed for the schools, when they plan their own things, it seemed like they all had different things, but Hatch had the same thing across the board, share and get feedback, and social emotional learning with PBIS.
Yes, sometimes Sometimes they decide the same time. This is unusual that everybody has something different, but most of the time, no, not most of the time. Last year, we had some sites that had the same topic across the board. However, with our new principal coming on board, Dr. Ashley Waggle, she starts, I believe she told me July 1st, so I can always go back to her. And we have in the past gone back to our leadership teams. Sometimes there are new initiatives that happen. If we do modify this, we can bring this back under consent to let you know. Because, again, we have a new leader and maybe the topics might change between now and the beginning of the year.
I was like, oh, it's the same thing, but I guess you can do the same thing over and over and just talk about different things.
Different aspects
Yeah,
of it,
okay.
the same thing, yeah.
Let me look. So here. Yes. So we have here social emotional learning and PBIS. And PBIS typically, PBIS implementation is intense. We're talking about monthly training, so this is actually very limited. The way I have seen PBIS implemented, I know Martha is working with Santa Clara County Office of Ed and bringing in those trainers into the school site. So I believe that, I'm pretty sure that that's the goal there, where we're trying to trying to secure at least 6 hours at the school site to implement PBIS.
Anything else? Otherwise, we'll go to vote.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. Passes 4-0.
Thank you, thank you. All right, thank you so much, and thank you for, Leticia, for jumping in and sharing that with us. Okay, so future events, actually, I'm gonna add that tomorrow we'll have a special board meeting, working session, I forget what we call it, around strategic planning and a couple closed session items. The agenda has been available for a few days online, so people can look that up. And then July 4th, Independence Day holiday, all sites closed. July 7th, last day of summer school. August 10th will be our next regular board meeting, right here, same time, same place. Do we have a motion to adjourn? So moved. Seconded.
Rebecca? Oh, comments. Thank
Carmen.
you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.